Hey guys, this is EdRoh. Today we are going to be building this complete TypeScript responsive fitness application using React from complete scratch. So this TypeScript application is going to have a beautiful landing page where we're going to deal with some tricky layouts, and I'll show you how we'll go about those. We're also going to be dealing with a navbar so that it is also responsive and has some tricky elements to it where we can navigate around as well. Going back to our full desktop, we can go and click one of these, and it's going to take us to the next page where we have the benefits page. I'm going to refresh it and show you all the animations that we have. It's going to stagger the animations and we'll have everything coming in. Also, we'll be showing you how to do some of these layouts where you have these images above relative to other things, and I'll show you how to go about those. And then we can go to our classes where we have a side scroller and we can hover over elements as well. And I'll show you how we can create this side scrolling action. And then finally, we can go to the contact us page where we have name, email, message, and this will have React hook form, and we can validate our input. And once you hit submit, it's going to send an email to our own email or a custom email, all for free. And finally, we're going to have a footer where we have some elements of tricky, and I'm going to show you how we can deal with responsive layouts in these scenarios. Finally, this website is completely responsive where you have a desktop screen, everything will be laid out cleanly. And then if you go to a mobile screen on small screens, small devices, everything will be laid out perfectly with no issues. And most importantly, this tutorial will be geared towards beginners who are just learning TypeScript and building applications. And I will be focusing on the basics of TypeScript as well as advanced parts of TypeScript. And I'll explain this very thoroughly. For experienced developers, I have stuff for you in regards to TypeScript. So I'll be covering a lot of TypeScript elements. I'll be focusing on that as well as some tricky layout fundamentals. For the technologies we will be using, we'll include the TypeScript for our language, React for our framework, Vite for our starter pack, Framer Motion for our animations, Tailwind for our styling, and Tailwind Hero icons for our icons. And finally, we will deploy all of this onto Cloudflare Pages so you can put this on your portfolio. Also, like all my other applications, this website uses free images sourced from Unsplash, meaning it is all free to use and the website is completely designed all by me, so you're free to use parts or even the whole project for your portfolio. Hope you enjoy. All right, let's get started. So for this project, we're going to be actually using Vite instead of Create React App like we normally do. But Vite is very similar to Create React App, but it's basically just faster and it provides you boilerplate for TypeScript. So we're going to be using this and I'll show you how. It's pretty similar to Create React App. So we're going to do npm create Vite at latest. All right, once you type that command, it's going to ask you what project name you want, and we're going to call this gym-typescript. And then here it's going to ask you the framework, and we're going to choose React. We're going to hit enter, and from here I'm going to do TypeScript. So you saw that there's a plus SWC. Don't worry about SWC, is for a more advanced build. So we're just going to use regular TypeScript here. And then from here, we're going to follow these commands. So we're going to do cd gym-typescript npm install. And once that's installed, I want you guys to go down to this fifth icon over here. And we're going to go into our extensions section. And in here, there is something called ES7 plus React, Redux, and React Native. So this is an extension that allows you to have like template scripts, template snippets that makes it easy to write, and we're going to be using some of those. And we're also going to use prettier. So if you have prettier, this will automatically format your code if you have it installed, and it's pretty nice. So we're going to install those two extensions. I already have them installed, so I'm not going to do anything. And then from here, I'm going to go back, open up my terminal once again, and in the terminal, I'm going to install some packages. So I'm going to do npm I framer-motion. So this is an animation library that we'll be using, and I'll explain this later. They're going to install React, anchor, link, smooth scroll at 1.0.12. So this is a package that allows you to click on the nav, bar item, and it'll take you down to the particular page. And we're going to install a specific version so you guys don't run into issues. And then finally, we're going to install @hero icons/react. So these are basically icons that are pre-made, and this is by the Tailwind group. And similar to Material UI icons, they're already preset, but this is Tailwind's version of those icons. So we're going to install those. After you have installed those, we're going to install some dev dependencies. So it's similar to regular packages. Dev dependencies are essentially dependencies, basically packages that you'll use when you're doing the development, but they will not be existent on the final build. So when you run npm run build, these packages will not exist in the final build. And you want to keep these packages in the dev side of things if you need. And also, we're running TypeScript. So some of these packages don't have the types already built in. So you have to specifically install certain packages so that the types are existent. So for example, we're going to have to install @types/react anchor link smooth scroll at 1.0.2. So this particular package is going to allow us for TypeScript, or allow TypeScript to be able to identify the types that exist in this particular package. So you have to install some of these manually. And it's a quirk of TypeScript, so you kind of have to do that. Otherwise, you're going to get lots of errors. And also, we're going to install @types/node. This is particularly for a path module that we'll be setting up, and that will be set up for the configuration. I'll explain this as we go. And finally, I'm going to open up the Explorer over here. I'm going to look at gem TypeScript, and inside the source directory, we're going to see an assets folder. However, what I have in the assets folder is going to be different from what you see. You're going to see something called react.svg. I deleted that because we're going to have all these images for our project. And I have a link in the description below where you can download these images and replace your assets folder with that particular file. So make sure you do that so we can use the images for the project. And then from here, I'm going to delete app.css as well, because we do not need that. And I am going to go to app.tsx, and I'm going to delete app.css as well as the React logo. And over here, I'm going to close the terminal so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to take everything inside our div over here. I'm going to lowercase this app and remove everything between the outer div. And we're just going to say app like this. I'm going to delete the count as well. We don't really need this. I'm going to save it. And finally, I'm going to go to index.css, do Command A or Control A, depending on your OS. And I'm going to delete everything and save it. All right, and then I'll give you a brief rundown what's happening, what each file is doing, and what everything is about. So index.css, this is our entry point for our CSS file, and that leads us into the main TSX, where this exists, the entry point of our entire application. So this is where our React application actually lives. And then app.tsx, this is going to be the code that we'll be writing so we can have like different entry points, different pages, all on this particular page. And then from here, we have a Vite env TypeScript file. So if you want types that exist throughout your entire file or entire directory, this is where you'll write the types. And we'll talk about TypeScript a little more later on. And then we also have the gitignore file. So you need this gitignore so we don't push up everything. The most important things to note is that we're ignoring node modules so that when you push to our GitHub, node modules are exempt because node modules is a huge file. And instead, if someone downloads your repo, you can do npm I instead. Over here, we have package.json. So you have your dependencies, dev dependencies, everything as usual. Vite has this particular Vite config that's specific to their particular configurations, and this is where you'll set up different packages. And then you're going to have a tsconfig as well. So this is where you set up TypeScript configurations that you need. And we'll go over everything as we go. The first thing we want to do is going to be setting up our Vite configurations. So in this file, imagine if we import some component from, and we have to refer to like a certain folder. We go like this, ... source, components, and some component like that. And if you look at this, this is a little crazy. If you have a lot of these imports, it's really annoying to figure out what location this exists. So instead, we want to refer it as @components. So if we have a file of some component in the components folder inside our source directory, we can refer to @ starting from source. But we need to set up some configurations for this to happen. So I'm going to just erase this, and I'll show you how we can do that. So we're going to import path from path, and this path comes from the types/node that we installed. All right, and then from here, I'm going to go under plugins, and I'm going to write resolve. And inside this curly braces, I'm going to set alias, and I'm going to put an array and say find @, and we're going to do a replacement, and we're going to set path.resolve, and we're going to do underscore directory name, and we're going to say source. So all this is doing is we're going to find anytime we have this @, we're going to replace it with the current directory folder. So that's what this particular represents, and we're going to add source to it. So that will give us an absolute path whenever we see @. So this is a convenient way. So this is one of those things you just kind of set it up. You don't have to like learn this. It's just sometimes you just have to Google it, figure out a good solution for your use case. And then from here, I'm going to go to the tsconfig.json file. And in here, under compiler options, I'm going to set paths in double quotations. And curly braces, I'm going to set @/* colon. I'm going to put ./source/* like so, and make sure I have an ending trailing comma over here. So we're going to save it. So now with this setup, we're essentially allowing us to use the imports like I mentioned. So this is very convenient. So our imports are very nice and structured without all the chaos. And now from here, I'm going to be installing Tailwind. But before we install Tailwind, I'm going to close these tabs, and we're going to go back to our extensions, and we're going to install a couple extensions that I think are very useful for Tailwind. So if I go to Tailwind documentation, I think this is one of the best documentation for Tailwind because you can instantly search Tailwind documentation inside the code editor. There's another one that's popular that you can look, but it takes you to the actual website, so it kind of interferes. Whereas this one, you can search it up instantly with a shortcut key. So for example, if I go over here, let's say I'm working on some class and I don't know what flex is going to do. So I'm going to do command control T, and it'll open it up. Or yeah, it might be different depending on your extension. Let me go back. So Tailwind documentation, it says for Windows, it's Control Alt T, Mac is Command Control T. So make sure you click that. So you can be able to see the Tailwind documentation inside your code editor. And you can go, let's say I want to learn about Flex, and it's going to instantly take you to the Flex location. It's super nice. The only downside is I can't really, it doesn't let you copy for some reason. So if I try to copy that, it doesn't seem to paste. But aside from that, it gives you a good option that you can instantly search, and I highly recommend this one. And also Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This one is another VS Code extension, and this one will automatically show you which Tailwind classes that you should apply. This will help you figure out what type of classes that you can add, and it'll automatically know if you're typing it correctly or not and give you suggestions. And it's very nice. Highly recommend this one. This one's very popular too. Now, after those extensions are installed, now we can install Tailwind. So now on my left side or right side, I have Tailwind open up, and this is going to be installing Tailwind CSS with Vite. So there's a link in the description below. So this is where you can install Tailwind CSS with the Vite package. And we're going to follow this pretty much to the T, except a few adjustments. For example, create your project. We've already created our project, so we don't need to follow this. So we're just going to skip to step 2, and we're going to be installing Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to close this. We're going to open up our terminal, and we're going to be installing. We're just going to take this npm i-d Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer. I'm going to paste it into our terminal, and we're going to wait for that to finish. Once that's finished, I'm going to grab npx Tailwind CSS init-p. So I'm going to paste that, and we're going to create these files. So you should be able to see tailwind.config.cjs post css.config.cjs. So we'll have those two files. And then we're going to go to our template paths, and we're going to go and copy this guy over here. I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to go to tailwind.config.cjs, and I'm just going to replace everything over here. And it'll have all the proper content that we need. And then finally, I'm going to go to Tailwind directives to your CSS. So I'm going to copy all of this, go to my index.css, and I'm going to paste it over here. Now we're going to get some warnings over here, but you can completely ignore that. It's just IntelliSense not properly figuring out what you need. So it's a good point right now to just test our project. So I'm going to run npm run dev. Okay, so we're going to hit enter, and we're going to run it. And as you can see, if you ever use Create React App, this instantly loaded. So it's very, very quick versus Create React App takes a sweet time. So here we're going to have our link. So I'm going to copy and paste it over here, and we can see our application. Now, if you notice, we're getting a warning, no utility classes were detected in your source files. That's expected because we have not used Tailwind classes yet, and we'll take care of that. So don't worry about that. All right, and then here I turned it off with Control C. So making sure your build is not up because we're going to run a few more commands. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do npm i-d prettier, and then prettier-plugin-tailwind CSS. So prettier is going to be the extension that we use, and it's going to install the plugin into Vite, but Prettier plugin Tailwind will allow Prettier to have Tailwind CSS configurations that will format Tailwind classes in a particular order. Now, with this, I'm not too big of a fan of how they basically organize it. So if you take a look at this URL, it's a link in the description again. This is how classes are sorted. It's going to tell you how and like the way they organize it and sort it. So whenever you save, it's going to organize it in their particular format. I don't particularly agree because it doesn't make sense on the first glance of how they're organizing it, but at least it gives some kind of order to the chaos. So if you have a lot of classes, it at least gives you some kind of level of organization, which is a little better than nothing, I would say. So this is why I'm installing it. So we're going to go to prettier config, or we're going to create a file called prettier config, prettier.config.cjs, and I'm going to drag it into our directory over here. And inside here, I'm going to do module.exports equals. Let me close all of this so you guys don't have to look at the chaos. I'm going to write plugins is require. I'm going to put prettier dash plugin dash tailwind CSS. And I'm going to save that. After we have all that set up, we're going to go to our tailwind config.cjs, and we're going to be extending this. So now if you want to skip it, you can go into the link in the description below where I have Tailwind config file, click that, and you can just copy and paste everything into here. But If not, I'm just going to go through this. So you can skip this section if you don't want to copy it. But basically, I'm going to talk about every color, how to create this theme, and what's everything happening. So over here, we're going to have theme, extend, colors. And inside here, I'm going to say gray of 20 is going to have a color of F8, F4EB. And then I'm going to have a gray of 50. This is going to be EF, E6. Now, if you're wondering how I'm getting these colors, I created a Figma. I did the design. So basically, I'm grabbing the colors that I wanted, and I'll have different shades. And this is just, if it's a smaller number like gray 20, it's a lighter gray than gray 100. But these are colors that are predefined that I've particularly used, and it works in this design. And then from here, I'm going to have gray 500. I'm going to say 5E00000, like that. Then I'm going to do primary 100, FFE1E0, like that. I'm just going to copy this 2 more times. We're going to have 300, then 500. This will be FFA6, A3, then FF6B66. And then from here, I'm going to do secondary 400, FFCD58, and then secondary 500, FFC132. So these are all the colors that we'll be using. So by the way, just a little tip, this is not a very design related video, but when you have a design or a mock-up, generally you want to stick to 3 to 5 colors that are the main colors, and then you have shades of those colors that you use. Because sometimes you want that particular color that you use, like primary 500, which is the main color, but sometimes you want a lighter version. So you do primary 300. So it's like a lighter shade of that color. And it's very important to have those shades because a lot of times you want variations of those colors, but you don't want to use too many different colors. So that's why you have primary and then secondary, and then like a neutral color like gray or black, things like that. That's generally how you want to use them. And when you use this in your Tailwind classes, you're going to be using it like, if you want to change the background, you're going to say BG-gray-20. So you can use those colors using these names. So that's what these are extending. And then from here, we're also going to do a background image because we want to set the background image CSS over here. And we'll cover it when we get to that point. But we're going to do a few things. I'm going to set this as gradient yellow red. So anytime you're using a gradient color for maybe like a before or after CSS selector, this is how you're going to do it in Tailwind. It's a little unfriendly for this part. It's a little like, I don't know, it doesn't feel as well integrated in comparison. But if you wanted to use gradients, this is kind of how you do it. And by the way, I created a gradient in Figma. This is the CSS that it outputted. So this isn't some like fancy gradient color that I just knew off the top of my head. These are colors that I made from my mocks. And then from here, I'm also going to do mobile home. So this one's actually going to be an image. So this one's just a gradient. And I know it's under background image, which kind of doesn't make really much sense, but that's kind of how you have to do it. Otherwise, if you want an image, you can do URL, and we're going to add /assets/homepage graphic.png like this. And we can access our background image with the assets file that we have. And that's exactly one of the assets that we added earlier. So homepage graphics will be this image. So that's what we want to put in the back. We'll have that as our background image. And then from here, we're going to do font family, and we're going to add 2 fonts. One is going to be DM Sans, and this is a Google font. And it's a sans serif font. So it's kind of like Open Sans, which is the most popular one, but with a slight twist, has this own little character. And then we're also going to have Montserrat. This is going to be, this is going to be our main bold header type font. It's a very common font that you see in a lot, but it's a very nice one and it fits our style. I'm going to also say sans serif like this. So we're going to be importing Google Fonts, and I'll show you in just a second on that. The final thing is going to be the content section. And in here, I'm going to do evolve text. And I'm going to call this URL. So again, it's similar to what we have as background image, but this is just used in a different way. If you're familiar with before and after selectors, you can put images via this content. So like this is a way to put images when you do use a before CSS selector. We'll cover that when we get to it, and it'll make more sense. Now I'm just like kind of talking about it. It'll make more sense when we get to it. And over here, I'm going to do evolve text.png. I'm going to close that like so. I'm going to have another one. Actually, let's just copy this. So it's kind of easier to just replace it. And we're going to have 4 of these. So this one's going to be abstract waves. And over here, this should be abstract waves as well, except it's going to be capitalized. This one's going to be sparkles. And we're going to have sparkles PNG. And this one is going to be circles. And this one's going to be circles PNG like that. We're almost done. And below this content, right here on line 31, below this particular curly braces, I'm going to have screens. So in Tailwind, we can specify breakpoints for media queries. Essentially, if it reaches a certain width, we can change things. So this sets up the default breakpoints. So if I want to say we should only apply this particular class at extra small screens, which is 480 pixels, this is what it's going to be using. We're going to do the same thing for small, except this is going to be 768 pixels. I'm going to do medium, and this will be 1060 pixels. So we don't need more than that. And it seems like we have some kind of prettier area. So it turns out, I was kind of scratching my head for this one, but if you go back to terminal, for some reason, I did not do npm i-d. I did not hit enter. So make sure you hit enter if you didn't, but maybe you guys did. So once you have that installed, so after that was installed, if I hit Command S, now we don't get a prettier error. So if you still see the pretty error, if you have the same issue, you can restart your VS Code, make sure you close it down properly and reopen. It should not show the error anymore. So now we have everything set up for our Tailwind configuration. Now we can actually start coding. So I'm going to close this out. I'm going to go to our source directory. I'm going to go to app.tsx. And the first thing I'm going to do is open up my terminal, and I'm going to do npm run dev. So here we have our local URL. I'm going to copy and paste it. It's already existing, but make sure you have this app text, because that's what you have. So this is to make sure we have everything running and you have no issues. All right, so let me close the terminal for now. And here, what I want to explain is going to be TypeScript and TypeScript files. So we have files called tsx, and there's also going to be files called t.ts. So the main difference between .tsx and ts is that tsx refers to TypeScript component files. So anytime you're actually using React components, you can do .tsx, whereas .ts represents just regular TypeScript files that just maybe you just run, you have like functions, or maybe you just have some types in there. You're going to be just having those, it's more of a semantic thing, so that when someone looks at those files, they know that this one is about React components. this maybe and other files are not about. It's more just a organizational thing. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a class. I'm going to do bg gray, and then we're going to set this as 20. I'm going to save it. Let's make sure, if you take a look, the gray 20 is over here. This is what we just specified for the color. And we can see that we have our app over here. Now, if you take a look, our fonts are not there and the entire height is not there. And that's because if we go to our index.css, we have not imported the fonts, nor have we set the default CSS to take up the entire height. So we're going to start with that. So the first thing we want to do is going to go to Google Fonts. There's a link in the description. And we're going to go over to Google Fonts and we're going to search up DM Sans. So even though we set this up in Tailwind, we still have to add the fonts over here. So I'm going to go, actually, let me remove everything because I already had a selected family. I'm going to go down and I'm going to choose 2 fonts sizes for this. So I'm going to do regular 400 and bold 700. So if I open this up, this is the selected family that we have. But we're not done yet. So we're going to go to Google Fonts. We're also going to choose Montserrat. And I'm going to choose just the default. And we're just going to grab one font size, which is going to be 700. Not the italic. Make sure we get that one right. And we have bold 700. Now, if you take a look under style, we're going to grab this at import and we're just going to copy and we're going to paste it at the top above the Tailwind base, components, and utilities. All right, so we have our Google Fonts now. I'm going to close it. And over here, I'm going to set HTML, body, root, and then .app, like so. So here we're going to set everything to a height of 100%, a width of 100%, and we're also going to set the font family like so of DM Sans. Oh, make sure this is capitalized like that. Sans serif. So this is the default font family for basically everything, because I'm basically targeting like the root divs of our entire application. So we'll have this as our default. And I'm going to do @apply text gray 500. So what this @apply is doing is we're going to grab over here in Tailwind config, we're applying basically the text primary 500 color for our text. So our default color for everything will be this. Sorry, not primary, I meant gray. So basically this is our default text color for our entire page. We can override this when we go more specific, but once we save this, we should see that the color, the background color, gets applied to everything. And we now have, I know it's a very subtle change, but this font did change from the original. So if I comment it out, you can see that there's a very slight app change. I don't know if you notice it, but you can try it on your own. But we now have our default setup. All right, and then let's go back to our app.tsx, and we have the background gray 20. As you can see, just like Tailwind, we have the IntelliSense that provides us different options. So these are already colors that Tailwind provides us if we want to use them, but we also have the colors that we added. So I have background gray 50, which is one that I added. Now it's giving me an error because it's saying there's duplicates. There's like saying we're editing the same CSS, so one of these are redundant. So this is how you essentially work Tailwind CSS classes. All right, and then from here, I'm going to delete the app now, and I'm going to create a component called Navbar, like so, and I'm going to close it. So we haven't created this component, but we're going to import it first, and then we're going to create the component. So this component does not exist yet, but we will be soon. So we're going to import Navbar from @/scenes/navbar. So now if you remember, we added the configuration. So we have an absolute import. So this should be referring to source directory. So we start from source, and then we can create a new folder called scenes. And then inside the scenes, I'm going to create a file or folder called Navbar. And inside this folder of Navbar, I'm going to create a file called index.tsx. Now, what happened here is, I know we're referring to scene/navbar if you're not familiar, but if you directly reference a folder with index.tsx, you don't have to write /index.tsx. It's only for a file called index in each folder where you can do that. If there is a file different called like maybe nav, for example, then you have to actually specify that in this path over here, like nav.ts, nav, something like that. But if you have an index, you can just reference that particular folder. That's why we're able to do this. So inside this navbar, I'm going to run tsrafce. So this is basically the VS Code extension, the ES7 plus over here. So I found it, ES7. So this provides us snippets so that we can make our lives a little easier. So let me make sure I close this. So that provides us this option over here. I'm going to have the indexes over here. I'm going to call this navbar, like so. And we actually don't need this import React. I'm not entirely sure if there's a particular snippet without the import React from React, but generally I don't need to use that. So over here, I'm going to make some imports. All right. And then from here, I did save it. So you can see navbar over here. And I'm going to do some imports. So I'm going to import use state from React. So now if you saw what I just did, you can use IntelliSense. For example, I can type something like use effect, and then IntelliSense will come up right here, and you can click on it or hit enter, and it'll automatically add use effect over here. So using IntelliSense is very nice for two reasons. One, it saves you time of writing, boilerplate code to import something, but also prevents bugs because it's automatically generated versus you typing it, which can lead to typos at times. So I'm going to erase that. I just wanted to demonstrate. The next thing we want to import is going to be hero icons. So if I go hero icons, Tailwind, we're going to be using some of these hero icons for our application. So if you go to this website, you can see all the icons that we need. And the first thing we're going to need is going to be this menu icon. So bars 3. So instead of copying, we don't want to copy the SVG or the JSX. We're just going to import it from our package. So I'm going to do bars 3 is what it's called, and you're going to write icon. And we're also going to import something called xmark icon for closing. So this is for our modal. When we have a menu, we want to be able to close the modal as well. So I'm going to do xmark icon like so, and it's going to be from @hero icon /react, and we're going to say 24 because that represents the size, and we're going to do solid. So this is all in the documentation. I'm not pulling this out of thin air. It's just all in the documentation of how to import. And then from here, I'm going to import some images. I'm going to import the logo from our @assets, @/assets /logo.png. So that'll import our asset image. All right, cool. And then from here, I'm actually going to create a string called flex between. So this is a string that represents certain classes. So items or flex, items-center, justify between. So what this guy is doing is basically it's going to apply these Tailwind CSS classes, and we're going to be using them in multiple locations. I personally use this quite a bit. It's going to be flex, item center, justify between. So what this kind of represents is if you take a look at this hero icon, it gives this basic layout right here. If you imagine this right here is its own div, same with this. Flex between or justify between is going to move this to the very opposite end of this top parent div. And we're going to do item center, which aligns it vertically. So this is a very common UI thing that you use, or like a set of classes that you use. And we're going to be using that quite a bit for our nav bar. So if I go down, I'm going to actually get rid of this div over here. I'm going to say this is going to be nav, like this. So it's the reason why I'm doing this nav is more, it's about semantic, HTML5 semantics. It helps with Google crawlers and provides a better experience for Google to crawl your website, but it is not the worst thing if you don't do it. If you want to rank high, which is not a requirement for a lot of applications, for some applications it's important, but for a lot of applications, you probably don't need that. So just realize it's not always necessary. But anyways, here I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to put this in curly braces because we're going to use a template string, because we're going to put flex between as our CSS class. And here I'm going to do fixed. I'm going to set this as top to 0 with Z of 30, so it pops up above everything, a full width, and PY of 6. So I used a lot of classes. So essentially, let's take a look on what's happened. All right, so I swapped to this. If you see this, this is the final build of our application. So this is on mobile screens. You can see there's a logo and you can see a menu icon. This is for mobile screens, but let's say we increase the width, we can go back and we can see what's happening over here. So we now have a bunch of menu items and it's kind of aligned in a specific way. So I have this Chrome extension called Pesticide, which allows you to see how the divs are essentially split. So what you want to look at from here, let's ignore like this particular div over here because that represents the landing page, but we want to look at the nav div over here, which starts from over on this location. And what you can see, this is a very complex div layout, is that we have this particular div, and this is another div over here, like this entire guy, including home, benefits, our classes, contact us, sign, become a member. This is split into these two parts. And the reason why we don't split this section with Evo Gym, home, benefits, our classes, contact us versus sign and become, the reason why we're not splitting it that way is because of this mobile responsive problem where we go over here, we want to hide everything else. So if we had this as two divs, there's no way of hiding just this and that in a very convenient way. So what I did was split this with a flex between these two guys. So we're going to have a logo over here, and we're going to have the rest of the menu over here. And inside this particular div, we have two divs again with flex between. So we have home, benefits, our class, contact us. That's its own div. And then sign in, become a member. That's its own div. And these are flexed between each other. And then also inside of each of these divs, we're doing flex between. So home, benefits, our classes, contact us. They're also using flex between. Same with sign in and become a member. So now if you take a look, you might think this is very complex, but this is way better than trying to do absolute positioning, making sure everything's there. Whereas when you use a flex, it makes sure that everything's aligning where it should, because it can cause chaos. Absolute positions can cause chaos when you're doing responsive design, which is why I try to, when I do these tutorials, make you do these type of layouts with flex or grid, because they're a lot easier to handle when we do responsive design. So if I close this, you can see that these are flexed between. This one's very simple. And now if I go back to the code, if I see fixed top 0, so basically fixed represents us positioning the nav bar at the top, and we're also fixing that. So meaning it'll always stay there as you scroll down. That's why we have this fixed. And we're also fixing it to the top. So that's why we have top of 0. And this is the Z index. Z index is always kind of like tricky sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't act as you expect, but in here we're doing a Z index of 30 so that it pops up before everything else, so that there's nothing above it that will override this being on top. And we're also setting a width of full, so it takes up the entire width no matter what. And then py6 represents padding of y of 6 value in the up and down direction. So when we're doing Tailwind, we have a padding of 6 up, like above it and below it inside our menu. So it's always going to have that padding above. So this is everything that's explained. So the menu, just FYI, the nav bar is probably one of the more, aside from maybe the landing page, the nav bar is probably the trickiest part of the application. It's always the most tricky. It has a lot of little things that are kind of annoying and kind of a headache to deal with, to be honest. So once we get the nav bar, a lot of this should be pretty simple. So let me actually turn this pesticide off, and we're going to flip back to our current application with our nav bar. And inside here, I'm going to have another div. So we're essentially reconstructing what we just saw. So I'm going to have quite a few divs within the other. So this was our most parent div. And then we're also going to have another div that represents like the top part or the left side versus the right side. So here we're going to have an inner div. We're going to say name, and we're going to put something like flex between. Actually, we could just copy this. I'm going to say mx of auto width of 5, 5, 6. So over here, what I am doing, I just want to make sure not to confuse you guys. This div right here is going to represent the outer div. So it takes the whole width. Whereas this inner div is going to represent the 5/6 section, which is a percentage. This is essentially a percentage. If you scroll over it, it means 83%. 83% of the width will represent this inner width over here. And we're going to do margin X auto. What that means is that it centers it in the middle position. So that's why we have this particular child div, so that we can set a color at the top, but we also have an inner div for our layout. And after this, we're going to set up a div that's going to represent the left side. So I'm going to hit a class name of flex between. So I'm just going to copy the first section of this. I'm going to set this a width of full and a gap of 16. So this is going to represent this particular inner div. And we're going to be splitting this as well. So inside here, I'm going to have an image tag. And we're going to say an alt for logo. So this is for screen readers to represent what this image will represent. And then I'm going to put the logo image URL that we imported. So that's going to be the left side. And we're also going to have the right side. So this is going to be div. And I'm going to say, let's just call this right side. So we kind of have a better understanding of what represents which. So I'm going to say this is left side. And inside here, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to give it another flex between with a width of full, so entire width. And if you take a look, this div, it represents this entire div over here with home, benefits, our classes, contact us, sign in, and then become a member. So this is the entire div. So we're going to have a div for the inner left side and a div for the inner right side. So that's what this one represents. So this will have all the links. This one will have the sign in and become a member. So over here, we're going to have a div, And we're going to call this class name. And I'm going to say flex between. I'm going to give it a gap of 8 and text of small. So by the way, gap represents like the space between each item. Is a very useful CSS property. So you don't have to add margin right to the child elements. So we can keep that. And in here, we're going to have all our links. So here for now, I'm just going to say a div. Well, let's actually do a p tag for now. And this is going to represent home, benefits, our classes, and contact us. So these are the links essentially. We're going to be doing it very shortly. So we're going to do benefits, our classes, and contact us. So we're just doing the layouts first. And over here, we're going to have a div as well. We're going to say sign in, and we're also going to have a button that says become a member. So if we save that, we're going to look at this and we're going to see we have what we need. We have home, benefits, our classes. It stays to the left side because this takes up a lot of space. And then sign in, become a member. Actually, we actually need to set that as flex between as well. So I'm going to copy this class name. And we're going to add a gap of 8. So this sign in, become a member is like that. So right now it's all clustered like this because this is a non-mobile. This is like a non-mobile screen, but we aren't, or this is a mobile screen and we aren't handling the mobile scenario just yet. All right, so now we have kind of the layout for this particular thing, at least for the desktop. We're actually going to change this. So we're going to change this to actually like being a nav menu item. And we're going to use React Anchor link smooth scroll that we just used so we can be able to click on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. I'm going to go into our navbar folder. I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call this link.tsx. And this is going to be each of these nav items. And so I'm going to write tsrfce so we can start this with the link. I'm going to remove that from type React. And over here, inside our link or our div, I'm going to call this anchor link like so. And as you can see, we have our IntelliSense going to automatically import, grabbing it. Inside this, we're going to have some kind of page. So it's going to be either home, benefits, our classes, but we're going to make it dynamic. So I'm going to say page like this. So that will come from our props. So when we pass in components, we're going to have our page parameter over here that gets passed in from the link component, and it'll go all the way in here. So this is where we can talk about TypeScript. So every time you create a component and it has some kind of props for that component, you're going to have to identify what the type is. So inside the type props that is specified over here, we can say page is going to be a string. So the page is going to represent home, benefits, our classes, contact us. That's always going to be a string no matter what. So we're not going to put like a number or some other kind of value in here. So this needs to be a string. So this can represent whatever value. And so, by the way, in TypeScript, there's a lot of confusion. You're always going to use type or something called interface. So you might see in other code bases, you might see interface used interchangeably with type because they're very, very similar. I have a link in the description. It's called Types versus Interfaces, and it describes like the small technical detail of the differences between them. But in all honesty, they're very the same as long as you have a consistent code, like the standard that you use for a code base, whether it's your boss telling you to do that or someone else saying that you should use types or interfaces whenever possible. As long as you have something consistent, that's what matters. Now, I know there's slight technical differences and some semantic issues, but honestly, I see it as more of opinion based. I'm not all caught up in like small standards for like trailing commas, things like that. I'm personally not a fan of those types of debates because it's kind of a waste of time, to be quite honest. As long as everyone's consistent and on the same page, I think that's what matters. So type versus interface, they're both the same. So since we have our snippet, they automatically set type, so we're just going to be using that. So from here, we're going to add a few things for anchor link. So anchor link needs some href, it needs an on click, so we can figure out what to do when it gets clicked on, as well as some classes. So the way we want to set this up is we're going to say we want a lowercase version of what we pass. So we want the text to be capitalized, so home, benefits, our classes, but we want to grab the smaller lowercase version of the text for our href. So this is going to represent, so for example, in this case, we want it to be home with the lowercase, even though we're going to be passing in the uppercase home, which will be right here. The reason why we want a lowercase is because we're going to set that as the ID. So later on when we create, let me turn off pesticide. So when we create like our classes page, when we click our classes, this div essentially needs an ID of our classes. And our classes will be lowercase, something like this is the ID that we need to set. So that's what this href is going to refer to. So that's how it knows where to go. And that's what's happening over here. And that's why we need to set this as a lowercase value. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab page.toLowercase, like so. So we lowercase the value, but we're also going to get rid of any space. For example, our classes has a space between, but if we want to set the ID, it needs to be our classes without any kind of space. So we're going to do replace with a regex. Now it's all fancy, but all it's doing is going to replace anytime we have a space, we're just going to remove it. That's all we're doing. So once we have this lowercase page, we can then pass this in with the number. It needs to have this, I forgot the name of this, but it's like a number symbol. But inside here, we're going to pass in lowercase page like so. So that is going to be the tag of which it knows where to go to on our page, essentially. And also in our class name, we have this thing where it's when it's highlighted and you click on it, you can see that it's like a different color. So we're going to say if some kind of selected page, we don't know the selected page yet, but let's say some kind of selected page where this variable is not created yet is equal to the lowercase page, we are going to be setting this as text. Actually, let's put a double quote. So we're going to set text primary of 500. So we're going to have it a different color. Versus if we don't, we're just going to keep it black. And that's, we keep it black by not having some kind of, without some kind of class. So by having no class, this is by default black. So we're just going to do that. And actually, this curly braces should fall over here. So we have basically a situation where we are having the class name and it goes all the way over here, and we can just make sure everything works. And then from here, we're also going to have a few other classes. I'm going to do transition, and we're going to set a duration of 500, and we're going to do hover of text primary colon text primary 300. So essentially what this is doing is when we hover over it, there's like a small transition phase. So it doesn't automatically become that color. We can have that. So that's what this hover selector is doing. This is a pseudo element. So anytime we hover over it, we can add this class. So this is the one really nice thing about Tailwind, is that you can have these pseudo selectors and add a class immediately like this. This is very convenient in comparison to other libraries. One thing I like. And so this selected page, we have not identified it, and we're going to be creating it soon, but we're going to add it over here. We're also going to have another one called set selected page. So we have not created this yet, but for now, we're going to say selected page is going to be a string. We're going to change that actually in just a short period, but we're going to use a string for now so we don't have any issues. And we're going to set selected page is going to be a function. So we're going to set this as a string as well, and we're going to set this as void. So I'll explain this very shortly, but onClick is going to set the selected page to be the lowercase page value that we have. Oh, so I made sure that needs to be capitalized like that. So this, I haven't talked about it yet, but the selected page is going to represent a state. So right now the state is going to be home. When I click on this, the state is going to be benefits. And then this is going to be our classes. So that's what this is doing. Whenever we click it, we're going to change that state to be whatever we clicked on. And as long as we know which selected page is currently, that's what the current color is going to be. So that's what we're going to have over here with the selected page. Now let me save that. And now I will implement everything over here. So I'm going to go over to these home values. I'm going to change this. I'm going to just highlight everything with Command D. So like hover over this and put Command D, and you can erase everything over there. I'm going to grab all the P tags. I'm going to say link like so. And I'm going to use IntelliSense to import it. And I'm going to do a closing tag for this. So that's the component we just created. And for each of these, we're going to be adding page, and we're going to say home, for example. We're going to do the same thing over here. For benefits, like so. Make sure we grab all this, like that. Get rid of that. Save it. We still need everything. We need selected page, like so. And let me actually format this better. I'm going to grab selected page as well. I'm going to change this like this. I'm going to add alt. So we have two. I'm going to change this to set selected page like this. And I'm going to do the same thing over here, and over here. So Prettier is going to format, but we're still going to have this particular error because selected page is not defined in this particular component. So now this selected page is going to be using React, so use state essentially. So we're going to use that, but it's not going to exist in the navbar. We want it to exist in the parent level component, which is going to be the app. So we're also going to go back to our link, and we're just going to copy the TypeScript because we need to always pass in what we just have over here to make sure that we can use the same props. Because in TypeScript, if you're passing this in, and if this was a number, for example, and then this is a string, when you pass it down, it's going to give you error. It's going to give you type missing. Let's see, cannot find name. Right now, it's just saying selected page is not even existent. So actually, it's not going to show us the proper error. But if we do selected page and set selected page over here, And let's see if we save it. Type number is not assignable to type string. So it's always going to tell you if you're going to have if the correct type or not. So you're always going to have to make sure you're consistent with your types. Otherwise, it'll warn you, telling you you did it incorrectly. So we identified selected page over here. Then we still need to go to Navbar, and we see that Navbar doesn't have these values. So we need to make sure we identify these guys as well. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to copy the link selected page, set selected page, go to app.tsx. I'm going to paste it in over here. And this is where we're actually going to define selected page. So I'm going to go up here right below. I'm going to say const and say selected page, set selected page. So this is standard React. I'm going to say use state like so that basically imports use state from React. And I am going to pass in, we're going to start with home like this. So now, once we have that, we can see over here, and if you click on benefits, you're going to see that it doesn't work right now. The reason why it's not working is because anchor smooth scroll, you need to identify the ID, like I mentioned before. href, we did not create the ID of the component where we're trying to navigate to. So we haven't created our classes page, for example. If we try to click this, we haven't created it, so it's not going to, the on-click is not going to work because of that. But once we take care of that, everything should be working. So that is TypeScript in a nutshell. So most of the time when you're using TypeScript, you're passing down the props and you're making that prop consistent as you go down and you pass those in. So essentially, anytime you identify a variable, you want to make sure that you're passing in the correct type. So there's another thing we can do over here is that selected page, we can pass this and call this a string like so. So what this is referring to is that any of this is going to be a string. TypeScript has this thing called inferred types. So in some cases, it's able to find the type for you. So it already knew it was a home was a string, and all the values that it knew it was a string by default. But sometimes you want to be explicit and identify what type of type you're going to be using. So sometimes you want to put it like this. So it's up to you if you want to do it. Some people like being explicit. Sometimes it's good. It's just sometimes more work. It's honestly up to you. If you're just starting out, I encourage you to be more explicit so you get more practice. But here, let me show you another thing about TypeScript over here. So now, when you do TypeScript, it's better if you're more explicit, as more restrictive as possible. That's generally the idea you can go. So here we can say home benefits our classes contact us. They're all strings, but we're never going to have more options than home benefits our classes contact us. So what you can do is, in this case, we're going to create something called an enum. So let's say I'm going to go above here and I'm going to write, I'm going to have something called enum selected page. And the standard for any TypeScript, you can just capitalize it versus this is non-capitalized. That's generally the standard. You have an enum called selected page, and we're going to say home is going to be equal to home like this. Benefits is going to be benefits with the lowercase. We're going to do our classes like so, and it's going to be lowercase like this. And we're going to do contact us with lowercase contact us. So instead of this being home and this going to be a string, we can make this an enum like that. So now it's going to say, we have an error. Why is this an error? This is home. We have benefits, our classes, but that's because we need to set enums like this. So we're going to do selected page, and we're going to set this as home. I'm going to save it. So now this is not going to have an error over here because selected page.home, it'll identify the type as part of what is required for this particular use state. So enums are kind of special. Like most of TypeScript is what's called compile time. So basically, a lot of TypeScript does not exist when you actually have your application. So when you save it and the server is running, this is what's called runtime. And a lot of TypeScript types, like for example, let's say select the page string, this doesn't actually exist. This type, this code right here doesn't exist in the actual build of the application. It exists in the compile time. So it exists before you build it. So in the final code that you host on some website, TypeScript types just simply doesn't exist. Your Webpack or whatever bundler will handle all the building of it and it'll remove all the type because you don't really need that in the actual build, so we can get a more efficient build. So this TypeScript is more so for your development purposes, so you don't have any bugs. This has no purpose in terms of actually in terms of the code. However, enums is like one of the few exceptions in TypeScript where it does exist in the actual build, because if you take a look here, we're actually using it as part of our string. So selected page is an enum that you can identify and use in a non-TypeScript manner. So here, instead of the home string, we're actually using the enum selected page.home over here. But it also exists as a particular type. So it's one of the very confusing things, but once you get your head around it, it makes a lot of sense and is very convenient. Because now it's going to give you lots of errors and say, set selected page is incorrect. And why is that? So if we go to our navbar, we're going to go over here, we have our selected page, and this should no longer be a string because we identified this as a particular enum. So instead of the enum existing over here, we're actually going to take this out. We're going to create a new folder called shared, and I'm going to call this new file types.tsx, and the reason, this should not be a tsx, should be a .ts. And the reason why we're doing this is because we're going to use this file, or basically use this type in multiple files. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to import, actually let's do selected page from, let's actually change that to @shared types like that, so that we can use this across multiple pages. So once we have that created, we can import that over here, say selected page, and that will be imported as well. But we're still going to get an error with the set selected page because this value is a string. Set selected page is a function where this value represents the selected page. So we need to pass in selected page over here. That is a correct type for this. So now we know that select the page has to be this particular enum. And then you can see that in our link, we're still going to have that same error. So I'm going to go over to selected page like so, @shared types, make sure we import that, and we get our value like so. So with that, we have most of everything correct, but we now have a new error. What is this? Why is this showing up as an error? So now if you take a look, let's think about what page is showing us. What is page? So if I go index, page is going to be capitalized home, benefits, our classes, contact us, which is actually very different, or it's different from these. This is this type of type, so we cannot use the same enum. So what we're doing, and I'm doing this on purpose, is that we have a page we're passing in home, benefits, our classes, and we're converting that string using lowercase and replace. TypeScript does not know that you converted it, and it does not know that we are essentially coming to the selected page values. So even though we pass in home, we know that this gets converted to a lowercase value. So it is identical to this, but TypeScript's not going to know that. So what you can do is use the as keyword, and we're going to call this selected page like so. So now what this as keyword is doing is it forces this. It's saying, it tells TypeScript, hey, treat this as a selected page enum value instead. So now TypeScript is no longer going to say, oh, these don't match. So now selected page is what is getting passed over here. So there's going to be no particular error. That's what this as keyword is. You don't always want to use as keyword to force something when you shouldn't. But in cases like this, where you're converting it to something that you know is representative of a particular type, you can use the as keyword for this type of scenario. Not something you use all the time, but it's good to know that sometimes you're going to run into scenarios in TypeScript where like, oh, I know the type is correct, but you're going to have some issues. TypeScript doesn't know certain things. TypeScript is not omnipotent and knows everything. So this is where you use this. So with that, we have our TypeScript going through, and we already handled enums, strings, and passing in props. And I would say this is the majority, like maybe like 80-90% of TypeScript. You're passing in things, and you're going to make sure those are correctly typed. If you don't have the correct type, it's going to warn you. So for example, if you use this as a string, or if you use this as a Boolean, it's going to give you some warnings. So if you, for example, do if lowercase page is equal to true or something like that, it's going to give you a warning. It says selected page is an enum, so it's either home, benefits, our classes, contact us. It's never going to be a Boolean. And it's going to tell you those things. So that's why people like TypeScript. It'll warn them sometimes. In this case, it's very simple. You can see that it's not a Boolean, but in huge code bases where you're passing props everywhere and you have a lot of code, it can be quite helpful. So now that we have everything set up, let's actually deal with responsive. So when we want a certain breakpoint, we want it to basically fold and become a menu icon at a certain width. So if I increase the width to a certain point, we're going to split this to what we see right now. But if it's below that certain one, we want it to actually look like this, so it doesn't all get clustered. So we actually need, Tailwind provides us media queries, but it is not enough for us to use. So we're going to have to create a custom media query hook. So I'm going to create a new folder called hooks. And inside this folder, I'm going to create, actually hooks folder should be in the source directory. So I'm going to move it. I'm going to create a new file called useMediaQuery.ts. And inside this is kind of just boilerplate code. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to leave a link to this, and you can just copy this code. But essentially, what you can do is pass in a minimum width of a string, and that gives us a Boolean. And I'll show you how we're going to be using this. But you don't need to know how this works, really, because it's just kind of something you use. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to leave a link in the description, so you should go to that. So after I've created the use media query, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to create const is above medium screens. I'm going to say use media query. So that's the hook that we just created. I'm going to import that. And inside here, I'm going to pass in min-width of 1060 pixel, like so. So this essentially will say, it'll give us a hook that we can use to notify us, and it'll give us a Boolean to say we are currently above or below this width. So this is a very convenient hook. So it'll kind of allow us to use a conditional to know when we can do something. So basically, we are going to go above over here onto the right side in this section, like below the image right here. I'm going to say is above medium screens, and we can do a ternary operator so that we can have this layout when we're above those particular screen sizes. Otherwise, we can just kind of create a little extra over here so that we have a different condition when it's not. And actually, I misplaced the location of it. So this, I believe, should be placed inside of here. And let's make sure we close that like so. And we can place it over here like this. Make sure you close it like that. Okay, so this is basically, this first condition is going to represent when we're on the desktop, whereas this one is going to represent when we're on mobile screens. And when we're on mobile screens, this actually should just be a button. We don't really need anything too fancy. And I'm going to say this is going to be a class name of rounded full. So that means it's a circle. Rounded full represents border radius 100%, which creates a circle from a div. And we're going to create a background of secondary 500, which is more of a yellow color. And we're going to give it a padding of 2 all around. And I'm going to say on click. And I'm going to have some kind of function that's going to toggle the menu open and close. And right now I'm just going to create this right here. Set menu toggled. We haven't identified it, but I will do that after this. And we're going to flip the is menu toggled like so. And before I create the set is menu toggled functionality, I'm going to pass in bars3 icon. So this is the hero icon that we saw a while back. I'm going to give it a height of 6, width of 6, and text of white. And then if I go up here, I'm going to create const is menu toggled and set is menu toggled. And this is just going to be a simple use state. Give it a Boolean like TypeScript. And we're going to say as default, it should be false. Like so. I'm going to save it. So if I go to our app, we can see that on the smaller screen, we have this particular menu icon. If we open it up, we can see everything expanding and we see what we had before. So on a certain size, we have the menu. Perfect. That's what the whole purpose of this above medium screen media query is used for. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do something like this. So the next thing we want to do is if I open this up, right now we have sign in, become a member. This is not really, doesn't really look like a button. If you take out the final build, we have a button over here. So we're going to be doing that. And because we're going to be using this button in multiple places like this, and if you go down over here, we're going to be using this button multiple times. We're going to create a shared function or shared component, and we're going to have different styles for that. So I'm going to select the button over here. So I'm going to write action button. And with action button, we want to be able to use the set selected page, because if we click this button, sorry, if you open this up, if you click this button, it'll take you down to the contact us page. And that's kind of what we want to do. So we're going to use another anchor link, and we're going to be using set selected page as well. So with that, I'm going to go into my directory, go to shared folders. I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to call this action button.tsx. And in here, I'm going to write tsrafce. Call this action button. We're going to erase the import React from React. And in here, I'm going to just change this to anchor link, like so. And I'm going to close that. And if you see here, we are passing become a member inside action button. So basically we're passing it into the children of this component. And to do that, we're going to pass it in the prop section. We're going to say children, and we're going to pass in children over here. So that will represent what should be inside our action button. To do that for TypeScript, we're going to say children, and we're going to say React dot. Actually, we didn't need to erase it before, but we're going to do React dot React node like so. And we're also going to pass in set selected page because we passed it in. And this should be another arrow function. So we're going to say value, and we're going to say selected page from the types like so. And I'm going to return a void. So this will give us a button, but we still need to pass in some different things into anchor link. And so we are going to style this, and we're going to do rounded MD. So basically this is a rounded border radius of medium size. So if I open up the Tailwind documentation, I can do border radius, and we can say rounded corners, and it says rounded, rounded small, rounded large. So I have rounded medium, so it looks like this. So that's why you can use the Tailwind documentation, just close it. Now we know exactly what this is doing. From here, I'm going to do background secondary 500, so the yellow background color, with a pixel padding of 10, maybe not pixel, but padding in the X direction of 10, and a PY of 2, with a hover of background primary 500. So when we hover over it, we're going to give it a color of 500 primary. And also I'm going to say if we hover over it, we're going to keep the text to be white. So this is the power of Tailwind, having some of these selectors directly on the class name in a very convenient way. You can just specify hover immediately, and you'll be able to target the class. It's very convenient and makes it very fast to write. The only downside with Tailwind is that if you have a lot of classes and you're targeting a lot of it, you're going to have a lot of classes, and it can be very hard when you're trying to go back to your code and you have like 1,000 classes. It's not going to be very fun to figure out and change the ones that you want. So it's a little clustered in that kind of way. The one downside of it. So when it comes to like CSS frameworks and components, a lot of them have trade-offs that you're making. Anyways, for onClick, we're going to set selected page so that we can navigate to the page that we want. And we're going to navigate to contact us. And like before I mentioned, we're using an enum to write this. Instead of writing a string that says contact us, we're going to take the enum and we're passing it in. And TypeScript will know now that this is the only one that you can use. It prevents a lot of bugs because you're not writing a string yourself manually, and sometimes you might have a typo and that might cause problems. All right, and then the href for this one, we can just directly write contact us like this. Or if you want to be more safe, you can do this. We can write and pass in selected page dot contact us, because selected page contact us, if I hold command and I click on this, we go to this page and it'll give us a string of contact us. So that prevents us from writing another bug. So in a way, enums are very useful when you have like a set of strings that you want to choose from. Enums are very useful in those kind of scenarios. So I'm going to save both of this. We just haven't imported action button. So I'm going to just delete the action button, and you can click it like that, and it'll automatically import. We're going to save it. And now let's check if we have what we need. So we have become a member. Perfect. Everything works. We don't have the on-click yet because it's not going to work yet because we don't have that page, but we can get to it. So the next thing I want to build is going to be on mobile screens. If you click this, we should be able to see a mobile menu pop up. So we can go to home, benefits, our classes, contact us, basically the same thing except in a mobile format. We should be able to close as well. So we can open and close like that. So that's the next thing we want to build. So we haven't done that yet. So under 1, 2, 3 divs, 3 closing divs. So make sure you have this in the right location. Under 3 closing divs, I'm going to write a comment. We're going to say mobile menu modal like so. And in here, I'm going to do is above medium screens. And I'm going to say is menu toggled. And here I wrote is menu toggled because right now we want to make sure that this is below medium screens. So right now we have a situation where below medium screens and when the menu is toggled. So when this has been clicked, we should be able to see the menu. Otherwise, we don't want the menu to pop up. So it's 2 conditionals over here. So we need both of these guys to be true for the menu modal to pop up. And then with that, we're going to do a div for our menu modal. And since it is a modal, we're going to have to add some specific classes. So I'm going to give it a position of fixed. We're going to set this to the right side and align it to the bottom so it takes up the entire height. Then we're going to put a Z40 so it pops up over everything, including the original mobile menu, because we still have this mobile menu. We want this to pop up above over that. And then we're going to give it a height of full, again, to give it a full height. And I'm going to give it a width of 300 pixel, which is a very nice number when it comes to modal for smaller screens. And by the way, if you want exact pixels, sometimes you're going to have to use this bracket in Tailwind. That's how you specify something exact. Whereas typically we have been using something like W-6. 6 is just an arbitrary number that Tailwind has decided that works. But if you want exact pixels, we do 300 pixels, something like that. Then I'm going to set a background of primary 100, so a light yellow type color. I'm going to give it a drop shadow as well, and we're going to say this is extra large. So they have preset drop shadows, and we're going to use one of those. So with that, that should give us our mobile basically our mobile structure. And here we're going to have a close icon. The close icon is the first thing that pops up over here. If I open this, close icon should be right there. And I'm going to give it a div with a class name of flex justify dash end with a padding of 12. So what this means is that we're setting this to be flex, so it takes up the entire width, but we're passing it to the very end. So if I open up Tailwind, we can do flex justify content end. Actually, that's the incorrect one. Let me reopen it. Flex justify. So we got to justify content, and justify end represents it being on the end of the flex box. So that's what that particular positioning is. And then from there, we're going to make this a button. And I'm going to hit it on click. And we're just going to take this guy over here. So we're going to do exact same thing. So basically, if it's open, it'll close it. If it's closed, it's going to open. But in this case, this can only close. Doesn't really matter. And we're going to say X mark icon. So this is the X icon from Tailwind Hero Icons. I'm going to set this as class name of height of 6, width of 6, text gray of 400. So that will color our icon. And also it seems like our button is not closed for some reason. Actually it is. All right. And we're just going to save that. Now, one thing I want to clear up, I forgot to mention, but what these units represent, they're kind of arbitrary numbers that Tailwind decided. So if you take a height, we have a height of 1, 2. So basically they're essentially different REMs that we set. So they have a specific height that they want you to set depending on the values. And no, not every value is available. Like for example, 13 doesn't exist, 15 doesn't exist, 21, 22, 23. So you have to kind of go with the way they're set up. Otherwise, you're going to have to set an exact width like this or exact number like this. It's recommended to use their values as much as possible because according to them, it makes it look nice. I mean, if you have the eye for it, you don't really need to have this specific thing, but if you don't, it might help out for you. All right, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create the menu items. So the menu items like this, and we're going to just go up over here and inside the div with our links, we're just going to copy it and we're going to go down and we're going to paste it. But we're also going to change a few things. So let me save it. So we have our alignment. The class name should be a little bit different. So I'm just going to erase everything. I'm going to say a margin left, and we want a margin left of 33%, a precise value. And I'm going to set a flex and then flex column with a gap of 10 and a text of 2XL. So this is the size. This is the gap between the items. So now if you look at this flex column represents the direction of flex. And right now we're actually flexing it into the vertical direction. Normally flex is in the horizontal, but we want to flex it in the vertical direction. And the reason why we want to do that is so we can add a gap below them and we can position them and align them correctly. It's a very convenient way sometimes if you want to do vertical alignment. Sometimes you just place the items on top of each other, but other times you can use flex to align them a little bit differently. So we're going to save that. And we're actually going to look at our build and we can see this is already open because we've already clicked it. So if I open, close, everything works as expected. And let's double check everything works on the desktop screen. If we go back, we don't have the menu. Everything is good. Perfect. So with that, we're almost done with our Navbar. We're very close, but we're not completely finished. There's one last thing I want to show you is if on the final build, if we scroll down, we now have a Navbar. So it doesn't, if you just kept this very transparent, it's just going to overlap and it's not going to look good. So we want this bar to pop up over everything. So we're going to handle that now. So to do that in our code, we're going to go and close out our action button. And we're going to go to our app and I'm going to write const is top of page, set is top of page, which so this is going to be a Boolean. So we're going to do use state. And again, TypeScript, we're going to add Boolean over here to make sure we know and tell TypeScript that this is a Boolean 100%. And inside here, we're going to do a use effect from React. Make sure you import that. And in here, I'm going to create a function called handle scroll. And that's going to be an arrow function like this. I'm going to say if window.scroll y. So if you want to check if we're at the top of the window, we can use window.scroll y to use and check if we're at that top by saying window.scroll y is equal to 0. So that means you're at the top of the page. If it is, we're going to set the top of page to be true. So we're going to make sure that we are configuring this to be true when we're at the top of the page. And by default, since we load onto page, this is going to be true by default. Otherwise, or actually not otherwise, we're going to say set selected page to be selected page dot home. So whenever we are at the top, we want to select the page to be home. And the reason why we want to do that is because that allows you to have this red colored text whenever we're at the top. Even if you scroll down, the home should go back to the home, the red color. That's what we want it to do. And then if window.scroll y does not equal to 0, we're going to set is top of page to be false. So this is one of those, by the way, I know I could just do if and then an else. That's perfectly fine. Personally, sometimes I just like to do the inverse because this is more explicit. It's just easier to read sometimes. But that's my preference. That's really, really up to you. That's more of an opinion based. So I would take that with a grain of salt. So from here, I'm going to do window.add event listener. And I'm going to say scroll. I'm going to pass in handle scroll. And the reason why we're doing that is because we need to add an event listener to the window. So anytime we're handling window type objects, we always want to add the event listener. And as part of the return statement, meaning this is when the component unmounts. So you have a return statement. This function is going to handle anytime we leave that or whenever the component basically disappears. This is a function that we want to run. And for this, we want to do remove event listener. So we're going to remove the scroll as well as the function of handle scroll. So this will allow us to remove it when they leave the page. Otherwise, you can have memory leaks and certain bugs that are not ideal. So with that, I need to pass this is top of page. We're going to be using this inside our navbar. So under navbar, I'm going to say is top of page, and I'm going to pass it in. With that, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to navbar by hitting command click. So it takes us to the page. And over here, I'm going to write is top of page like so. And in the type props, I'm going to pass the Boolean like so. So now we have the is top of page Boolean. And the only thing we really need to do is we're going to create like a background when we're at the top of the page. So now we have the Boolean that tells us when we're at the top of the page. We can give it a different color, basically a different class based on that. So here, navbar background, if it's at the top of the page, it's going to be empty. Otherwise, we're going to do a background of primary. Let me just make sure, spell that correctly. Primary 100. And we're going to do a drop shadow. And we're just going to leave it to the default one because that one is good for this. And I am going to pass it in to this div over here. So navbar background. I'm going to save it. As you can see, now we're at the top of the page. We're going to have everything as needed. So if we're at the top of the page, and right now it's going to show, I believe, when we get to a point when we actually have more scrolling section, this should not appear. Let me save this. Maybe actually I was incorrect. So here, I just forgot to save it. We're going to have it is top page. This should be transparent. When we actually scroll down, we don't have any scroll room to do right now. And that's why we can't show the red bar. But once we're able to scroll, we're going to be able to see we have our navbar background. And with that, everything with our navbar is finally complete. Like, this is the most confusing and hardest part of the entire application. So good job on getting through the navbar. It's always kind of tricky. And with that, our navbar is complete. Now, the first thing we're going to handle is going to be this homepage. So on mobile screens, we're going to see that we have the header and the text along with the image graphic over here right below. Now with this image graphic, now if you take a look, you can probably separate these images out into separate elements, but ideally it'll be kind of a pain if you do that, because if you have to position everything kind of in the proper condition, and unless you want specific interaction for some of these images, it's better to just combine all of these images from whether it's your designer or if you are doing it, you can combine all these images into one, and all we have to worry about is the placing of this. So in my case, I just merged everything and we just have one basic image. And so on actual desktop screens, we're going to see that the image pops up over here on the right side, and we have our text over here, and then we also have join now, learn more. And we also have a background image over here. So by the way, this text and this lighter thin text is basically Montserrat. So it's one of the fonts that we imported, but it's of a different size. But I made this into an image because we only use this particular size of Montserrat on this particular part. Like no other place has that type of font size, or font weight is what I'm referring to, meaning this is Montserrat Black, this is Montserrat Ultra Thin. The reason why I made this into an image is so that we don't import too many font sizes. If you import too many font sizes, it can slow down the performance of your website. It's just more things to load. So generally, in this case, since we're only doing it once, I'm going to make this into an image. So you're always kind of thinking about performance here and there. So with that, we're going to create the left side, and we're going to create the right side as well. And we're just going to do a flex box and align them top and bottom once we're on mobile screens. And we're also going to have join now, learn more. These two buttons are just going to take you to the contact us page, both of them. So pretty simple. And also the background image over here on mobile screens is gone. So with that, let's get started. So over here, I'm going to create my home component. And actually in our home component, I want to pass in set selected page because we need to use that for the button for these buttons so that we can navigate to different parts of the page. That's why we need to pass that in. And then I'm just going to import home from @scenes or @/scenes/home. It's a component we have not created yet, so we're going to be doing that. So if I go back over here, I'm going to go under scenes. I'm going to create a new folder over here. I'm going to call this home. Inside of this, I'm going to write index.tsx. I'm going to pass in tsrfce like we usually do. And I'm going to call this home. And for some reason it didn't get that. In the props, I'm going to pass in set selected page like we did and pass it in as our type. I'm going to say select page @shared/types. I'm going to return a void. I'm going to remove this React because we don't really need it. So from here, I'm going to import a number of items. So I'm going to import use media query. I'm going to import action button from the button that we created. I'm going to import home page text from @/assets/homepage text.png. So this is an image that we have over here in the assets folder, homepage text. So this is going to be the main graphic text over here. And I'm going to copy this multiple times because we're going to import a number of different images. So maybe like 5 of them. This is going to be a homepage graphic. This is going to be sponsor Red Bull. This is going to be, close that, to sponsor Forbes and sponsor Fortune. And that should be good. We're going to save that. And over here, I'm going to do const is above medium screens. So like we did before, and we're going to do use media query, and I'm going to pass in min-width, like so, 1060 pixel. So make sure you have the parenthesis and the syntax correct. Otherwise, it's going to give you some bugs. And then from here, I'm going to change this div to section. Section is more of a semantic. It's going to represent this particular section of the website for each of those pages. And here, this is where I'm going to set the ID. Usually I don't use the ID. I usually use class, but for anchor link scroll, we want to set the ID to home so we can navigate to this part of the section of the website based on this ID. So this is where that comes into play. And then we're going to set a class name. We're going to set gap of 16 with a background of gray 20, a padding bottom of 10, a padding top of 10. Actually, if that's the case, we can just do py of 10. That represents both. And we're going to do a media query of full height only on medium screens or above. So that's what this represents. This is a media query, and we are only applying the full height when it's above medium screens. So it's a particular class that we want to apply. And then here I'm going to set a padding bottom of 0 for medium screens and above. All right. And then from here, I'm going to start with the image and main header. I'm going to have a div. And inside here, I'm going to write main header. And we're going to have another div that will wrap around the main header, as well as we're going to have the image, and that should have its own div as well. All right, and then inside over here, we're going to have a headings like this, and we're going to have a div inside. I know there's going to be a lot of divs. We're just going to make sure we have a lot of this layout properly set up. And so what we're going to do, we're going to handle this particular section right here. This is the main header. The headings is going to represent this section. And then we're going to have a section called actions that will represent the buttons over here. So with this main div outside, we're going to have another div inside that's going to represent a relative tag. And I'll show you what I mean. This is going to be a little crazy. We're going to have lots of divs, but I'll show you that every single one has a purpose. And inside this image tag, we're going to have an alt of home page text, and we're going to have a source of home page text as well. If you take a look, you refresh it, you're going to see the text right here. This is not the ideal solution or ideal location, but we'll be handling that shortly. So let's just get the layout first. So we're just going to ignore this layout issue. So the next thing we want to do, let me move this and open it up. I am going to go in below, let's say we have the closing div over here. After the second closing div, we want to put a paragraph tag. And inside this paragraph tag, I'm going to write this text over here. I'm just going to copy and paste it from my other screen. Here, I'm going to have the text, and you can just write whatever text you want, but you can pause it and look at this text right here. So we're going to have text right below. So if we refresh it, we're going to see that. And then below this first closing div that we see here, this is where we're going to put actions. So this is where the buttons come into play. So for the buttons, we're going to have a div, and we're also going to have action button. So this is the action button we created earlier, and we're going to pass in set selected page like so. Should we close it? And inside here, I'm going to use join now. And then below this, we're going to have the learn more text. So let me save it, refresh it. For some reason, it is not refreshing when I save. So let me restart my server. All right, and then anchor link. I want to pass that in and import it using IntelliSense. So make sure you import it through IntelliSense. And I'm going to set class name. I'm going to set text, SM, font of bold, text of primary 500 with an underline. And then when we hover over it, we want the text to be secondary color. So a yellow color when we hover over it. So I'm going to go to the next line, and here I'm going to set on click. I'm going to pass in set selected page, and I'm going to pass in selected page dot contact us. And as you can see with Enums, IntelliSense is going to tell us what options we have if you want to use that. href, and we can do, spell that correctly. We're going to do a template string like this, do a number, and then pass in selected page dot contact us. And over here, I'm just going to do a p tag because I want a p tag for this one. I'm going to hit learn more, and it should be updated there. So right now, we have our base layout. We don't have everything set up just yet in terms of styling, but we'll get there soon. First, I want to set up the image so we have everything aligned. So I'm going to write a div. Actually, inside the image, we actually just need an image over here. I'm going to say alt of home page graphic. I'm going to give it a source of capital home page graphic and close it. And we should see our image over here. Perfect. And the last part of the layout that I want to create is going to be below the second closing tag over here. So this, just FYI, if you follow this column over here, it's going to be traced back to image and main header. That's what we're closing over here. So now we can actually add the sponsors, which is right below. So if you take a look at the final build, the sponsors are not going to, it's not going to exist on smaller screens. But if you see on the bigger screens, we're going to have this sponsor layout over here, like so. And we're going to do the same over here. So I'm going to say is above medium screens, and I'm going to set a div inside of here, like so. I'm going to have multiple divs inside, and I'll show you what happens over there. But inside here, I'm going to have an image. I'm going to say alt is equal to Red Bull sponsor. I'm going to say source is going to be sponsor Red Bull. And I'm going to close this. I'm going to copy the image tag for two other ones. And I'm going to be changing each one of these. This should be Forbes. And I'm just going to capitalize this over here. I'm going to copy Red Bull again. I'm going to change this to Fortune. I'm going to lowercase this one over here. So now, if you take a look, we don't see it yet, but if you open the screen, you're going to see our sponsors. The layout is all kind of messed up, but we will be fixing that right now. So if I go back up, let's handle this scenario. So right here, we want to move this. We want more space in between. We also want the image behind it on bigger screens. And the way we do that is if we go to main header. Actually, let's start with this part for the image and main header. So the one thing we really need to do is we're going to do Flexbox when it's on bigger screens. So on bigger screens, we want Flexbox, but on smaller screens, we want them to be aligned like this. So right now, this is fine for mobile screens. Look, this header right here and this image, this is perfectly aligned. But when it comes to bigger screen, we want to do Flexbox. So they are next to each other instead. We're also going to do MX Auto, so to center it if needed. And we're going to set a width of 5/6. If you remember, that's a width of 83%. Whenever you do fractions, it's a percentage. And we're going to do items center to make sure everything's aligned in the center sections. And then we're going to justify center as well to align both the header and the image in the middle. And I'm going to set a height of 5/6 only for bigger screens. And that's because if you go over here, oops, didn't mean to do that. If you go over here, we have this section. So this is a height of 5/6. Well, this takes up probably like 15%. So that's why we have this one as a particular height. And then in the main header, I'm going to set a class name. And I'm going to set this as Z10 with a margin top of 32. And we're going to set basis of 3/5. So what's happened is Z10, we just want to make sure it's in the front a little bit, making sure a margin 10 or margin top of 32. So a lot of margin on the top of it. So we don't have this issue where it's just all messed up and aligned incorrectly. I haven't saved it yet. And also a basis of 3/5. So just for you guys to know, basis is flex basis. So when you use Flexbox, instead of doing, like if you want something to be a certain width, like a width percentage, you can use the width percentage instead, but better option is to use flex basis. Flex basis does the same thing as width, but has some extra properties that's ideal for flex, and it aligns things properly when you have responsive scenario. So whenever you use Flexbox, try to default to using basis over width. Over here in the headings, I'm going to add a class name, and I'm going to set MD of negative margin top of 20. So this right here, we're going to be setting the height so that it goes up a little bit. We want to make sure this section goes up from where we originally are, because we did a margin top of 32, but we also want to push this a little higher than before compared to everything else. All right, so inside here, I want to show you guys something. So when we go to the big page, we want an evolve text image like this in the background, but we want it to be relative to this logo or this image right here. And the reason why we don't want to do absolute position, we can do absolute position and say this is from the top 20%, from the left of 0%. However, if you do that, you're going to have a lot of issues when you go to smaller screens. Even though we're kind of like hiding it, we always want to place something that's overlapping with something relative to another image or another part of the page. It'll make our lives so much easier, and I assure you that this is the better way to do it. And it's not that hard. You're going to use before and after, which can be a little bit annoying sometimes if you don't know how to use it, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty simple. So let's go back to our code, or let's go back to our version. And what I'm going to do over here, since this is the home page text, we want to set this to be relative. You always want to set the relative display or a relative position on the parent element. So this relative position refers to the parent div of this image. And below that one, this is where we're going to write our before classes. So the first thing you want to add is an absolute. So the parent should be relative, but the child of that one where you are putting the image is going to be an absolutely positioned element. So that's how we can create an image relative to something else. So we're going to do before negative top 20. So what that means, for example, the image that we're putting for on the before tag is going to be negative top negative 20. So basically this is negative 20 from the top. So it's going to position it right above it. And so let's actually see this. So if I'm going to do before content evolve text. So now if you remember, that comes from over here in, where is it? Vite? No, it was TS config. Tailwind, sorry. Sorry, I had the brain fart. So if I go over here, this is the content. We have an evolve text. This is how you're putting an image into the before tag. So we're going to put the content evolve text absolutely positioned like so. As you can see, it's a little off, but as you can see, it's right above the correct location. So this is how you kind of use before to place something relative to another. And it's very convenient. It's one thing you should know, it's like more of an advanced thing, but once you have the general gist, it's not too bad. So before, we're going to set a left of 20. So we position it a little to the left. And we're also going to, since this is above the Evo Gym text, we want it behind it. So we're going to do before, and we're going to set Z to be -1. And this is how you put a -1 for Z. And it does seem like it just disappeared. And now, as you can see, the text kind of disappeared, but we're also going to make sure that it only appears on above medium screens. So we're going to do MD like we did before, but we're going to put it in front of before. So sometimes you want to chain media queries with selectors, or if you want to chain multiple selectors, you can do something like this. You just chain it with an extra colon. So now if I go to the medium screen, now we can see our text coming up right behind this main image. So that is essentially what we need for our before. So now let's just to recap everything. What's happening with the heading is we have a parent with a relative. So this entire div is a relatively positioned div. And then below this, we have a child that's going to be absolute. And that's where we put all our before tags, including the image, and we're positioning it relative to the main image that we want to place it behind. And you can use before or after tags to do stuff like this. And it's very nice that you have something where you can position something relative to it, because absolute position can be a nightmare when you're dealing with responsive layouts. So I highly recommend, if you can, just position something relative to another, and it'll save you a lot of headache. All right, and then from here, we're going to add some classes to this paragraph because we probably need some margin. So we're going to say margin top of 8. We're going to say text is going to be small, and we're going to put a text of start on medium screens. So if I look over here right now, I think that might be fine. Yeah, I don't think that really did anything. So we just add the margin top of 8. I don't think this does anything, so I'm going to get rid of it. We'll see if it changes anything. All right, and then from here in the actions, we're going to also add other more stuff like margin. So margin top of 8, flex, items center. So we are setting this to be flex so we can align these next to each other. We're going to set a gap of 8, an MD of justify start. So when we're on bigger screens, we can set this to be justify start. Actually, this might be another thing where we can delete it. So anytime we have CSS classes that aren't really do anything, you can just get rid of it. Sometimes I have extra classes that I just added at some point that worked, but later on, and that ended up not being useful. All right, and then now we're going to handle our image. So for our image, we're going to do, we want to be able to center the image when it's on bigger screens. So we're just going to set this as class name. We're going to have flex. We're going to say a basis of 3/5. So it'll try and take as much space as possible. Then we're going to do justify center. So we put it in the middle location. And then I'm going to say Z of 10, just in case if you have the evolve text above, we want this image to be in front of it. So right here, you can see the evolve text is above the image. So I want it to not do that. And then from here, I'm going to hit enter. So we don't have a super long class name line. So right here, I'm going to say MD. So on bigger screens, we're going to have a margin left of 40 to increase the gap between the items. Give it a margin top of 16, margin, and then justify items to be at the end. So we position it to the right side. So it's a little bit of like playing around, but basically I move this image to the furthest right I possibly could with some margin left, as well as flexing it and putting it to the farthest to the right. So it gives some more space between this and this, which makes it look better. All right. And then from there, the last thing we're going to handle is going to be the sponsors. So the sponsors only exist when we are on fuller screens. So here I'm going to set the height of 150 pixel, which is an exact value, with a width of full and background of primary 100. We're going to give it a padding in the top and bottom directions of 10. Here I'm going to set a class name of MX auto with a width of 5.6, like that. So if you take a look at this, there is a bit of a gap from here, left and right. So we have some space between, so it's not hugging the edges. And then right here, I'm going to say class name, and we're going to do flex with the width of 3/5, items center. And I'm going to set justify between. I'm going to do gap of 8. And with that, we don't see the sponsor yet, but if we go and increase it, we should be able to see our particular image. And with that, that's pretty much our homepage fully complete. So we have, if you go full screen, we have basically this layout, and you have an image. These are flexed between, and then if you scroll to the mobile size, they should be on top of each other with buttons over here with image, and then we'll have sponsors on the bottom if we need on bigger screens. Responsive layouts are always kind of tricky, so you always have to consider what's going to happen with this particular image when you're on bigger screens and when you go to smaller screens, because sometimes you have tricky dimensions, and the worst case scenario is when you're using absolute positions, you are going to get massive headaches when you're dealing with certain screen sizes. So sometimes if you absolutely position, it's going to look nice, maybe even on mobile screens, maybe even on desktop screens, but sometimes in between screens, it just doesn't work. So you're going to have a lot of headaches when you do absolute positions. But that's why having relative positions, sometimes using like that, or using Flexbox or Grid, those are very nice to use when you're dealing with responsive layouts. I highly recommend you try to use Flex and Grid as much as you possibly can without resorting to absolute position. And also, there's one thing I almost forgot, but if you go back to the home page, this is the completed application. If I refresh the page, you can see we have a little subtle animations that goes in from left to right. Let me refresh it one more time. You can see that there's a little bit of a animation from this entire thing comes in first, and a little bit of this with a little bit of delay after. So this is a nice little animations that you can use with Framer Motion, and it's super easy with Framer Motion. It makes it very nice and convenient to do. So let's actually import. Actually, let me write motion, and I'm going to use IntelliSense to import motion like that. To do this, I'm going to go to the heading section. So we're going to include the relative inside. So right here, you see where the headings is. We're going to type motion.div. So now we converted the div from just a regular div to motions div. And with motion div, we can add some properties that is useful for animation. So I'm going to say initial is going to be hidden. So when we first start out, so if you refresh this, they are invisible. It's a little quick, but you won't be able to see it at the initial point. And while in view, we're going to switch it to something called visible. And the way we are going to do this is the initial value. This is the final value. And these are just words that you semantically set to represent the initial state. And this is the final state. That's what these keywords mean. And we set them with initial and while in view. And we're going to set setting called viewport. So basically, we're going to do true to be once, meaning we're only going to trigger this animation once. So if I see this animation and I come back to the top, the animation only happens once. That's what this represents. We can set it to multiple if we wanted to. So it re-triggers every time you see it, but we're not going to do that. We're going to set the amount to 0.5. For this first one, headings, it doesn't really matter about the amount because you immediately see it when you arrive on the page. But if you're dealing with something like later on, you want to see like when it triggers, the amount that you need to see for it to trigger. So you see 50% of this div and then it triggers. Whereas if you do 1, that means you have to see the entire div for it to trigger. So sometimes you won't even see the animation until you have this entire like box, for example, in the view. All right, and then from here, we're going to do a transition duration of 0.5. So this is how long the animation takes. This is pretty straightforward. And then we're going to set variance. And this is where we set the initial keyword and then the final keyword. So hidden, this is the starting point. And we can set whatever setting we want. The first thing we want to set is going to be opacity to be 0 and a position of -50. So we're going to start from -50 of its position that it's supposed to be at. So like it's going to start -50. And the final state is going to be visible. And we're going to say, give it an opacity of 1 and X of 0. So this is the initial condition set by this. This is the final condition set by this. And we are just changing variables that we want it to. We can change X, we can change Y, things like that. So if I refresh it, you can see that this heading section popped up like so. So I can increase the time. So if I refresh it, it's going to take much longer. We can also change the position. So if we start from -500, it's going to fly in. I guess it doesn't even fly in. Let's see. You can change the position to 100. Maybe that will work. Yeah. So as you can see, it starts further from the left. But for us, we're going to set it to 50. And you can look at the Framer Motion documentation for more settings, and you can do a lot of fun things with it. But this is essentially all you have to do. And it's very convenient. There's a lot of code that sometimes it just gets cluttered when you're looking at the component. It just adds a lot more code. But it is very convenient because you can apply this animation after you've written the code in a very simple. So like just as you saw, I just did motion dot, and that makes it very nice to use. And so we also can do the same thing with actions. And we're going to have nearly the same settings, but we want to add a little bit of a delay. So I'm going to go up. I'm going to copy all of this. And I'm going to go down. I'm going to paste it below. Actually, make sure you don't get rid of the double quotations. So I'm going to have everything the same, but instead we're going to add a property called delay 0.2 instead. Because actually, let me take this out and demonstrate what's going to happen. So everything comes in at the same time, but usually a nice effect is to add a little bit of a delay. So if I refresh, this comes in, this comes in. So it's nice to have a little bit of a staggered animation is what they call it, but gives it a little bit of a flow and effect to the animation, a more fluid feel. And with that, pretty much our homepage is pretty much done. There's one last thing I want to address. So let's say if we go open this up, if I go down, this red text goes to the next page depending on where we are at. So it follows and tracks the correct scroll position. So to do that, we can actually use motion div to do it. We can also go by based on a particular div and just have an event listener that will tell us to switch to selected page as we go down. But we can use motion div to make this quite easy. So I'm going to put this as the image and main header. I'm going to change this to motion.div like so. And I'm going to make sure I change the closing tag over here. It's marked by the error red squiggly line. And below this, the only thing we actually need to do, let me make sure I grab the correct position. I'm going to write on viewport enter. So this motion div allows us to determine when, or we basically can trigger a function when we enter that viewport. And to do this, I'm just going to do set selected page like so. I'm going to pass in selected page.home. And that will allow us to have the red text come back when we scroll back up. So initially we start with the selected page on home. If we go down to the benefits section, it goes to that. But if we go back to home, it's going to switch it. And that's what this on viewport enter will be doing. We just don't have another page, so I can't demonstrate that yet. So once we get to that, I'll show you. So now let's go back to our app page, and we are going to create our benefits page. So I'm just going to copy this over, and I'm going to change this to benefits. And to the top, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do import benefits from @scenes/benefits. We have not created this yet, so it's going to give you an error, obviously, because this is not created. That's why we have a white screen. So we're going to do a new folder. We're going to say benefits. I'm going to pass in a file called index.tsx. And inside here, I'm going to write tsrfce, RAFCE, and I'm going to say this is benefits. I'm going to save it. Okay, and then from here, I'm just going to get rid of the import React from React. I'm actually going to import some icons. So I'm going to do import home modern icon, user group icon, academic cap icon. So again, these icons, just for a quick refresher, we can go to hero icons, go to this website, and you can find whatever icon you want to look for. So for example, academic cap, you can find the image and you can see what text or icon that you want to import. You can choose solid, you can do a mini. All right, so if we go back, we're going to go over here. I am going to pass in set selected page like we normally do. And over here, I'm going to have the prop for set selected page with a value of selected page. So that's going to be the shared types. I'm going to return an empty void. So by the way, void, I don't think I've discussed this yet, but this is a function. But basically, this represents what this function returns. And when we deal with set selected, any type of set of a use state function, the return value is going to be a void. So there's no real type that it returns. It doesn't even return anything. So that's why this is just a void. All right, inside here, we're going to just set this as section. And again, just to remember, we're going to do ID of benefits so that React Anchor Link Smooth Scroll knows where to go when we click on that button. And in here, I'm going to just set the general class over here. I'm going to set MX auto with a min of height full. So what that means is the reason why I'm setting this as a minimum height, and that's to be full, is because we want it to take up the full height depending on their screen, but that's just going to be the minimum amount. So if it extends further, so like in this case, the height is higher, it's going to fit the content size. So if you're on a small screen, it's going to, at least at the bare minimum, going to be a full height, but at the biggest, like if you have a taller screen, it can expand beyond that depending on like how much the content space takes. So that's kind of how I set this page up. And we're also going to set a width of 5, 6. So we have margins on the left and right. And we're going to set padding in the top and bottom section of 20. So that will set up our section layout. And now I want to go in between the section and we're going to be writing our code that we need over here. So to start off, I want to do the on viewport enter. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab motion. Actually, I should just do motion like this. It is not importing. So instead, I'm just going to write motion from framer motion like that. I'm going to set motion.div. And we are going to go to home. And we're just going to copy what we just did before. And we're just going to paste it over here. I'm going to change this to benefits. So again, this is just for the highlighting of where we are on the navigation. Okay, so we're going to start with building. Actually, let me make sure I have that correct. So I'm going to have div like that. We're going to start with this header section. So on our page, let's actually save it, see if we have any errors. And it seems like, so if you have anytime you see a white screen, you can just do Alt Command I or Alt Control I, and you can see what the error is. So right now it was just not reloading. I'm not exactly sure. Vite seems to sometimes not reload. I don't exactly know what the reason is. But anytime you don't know what's going on, open up the console. It might give you a clue on what's happening. So I'm going to just close that, go over here. It doesn't seem like we had an error. We just needed to refresh it. So I'm going to close this, close our home. And we are going to proceed with creating this part. So this is going to be a div. Actually, this is going to be a h1 tag. So this is a header tag. I'm going to say h1 and give it a class name of basis 3/5 because we want it to take 3/5 of the space with a font of Montserrat. So one of the fonts that we use with the text of 3XL size. And we're going to set this to be a bold. And we're going to say more than just a gym. But actually, since we're going to be reusing this header text like here, we're going to be using it over here, so on and so forth. We can actually extract this component out. So here we're going to be making a reusable component. We're going to call this hText TSX. I'm going to do TSRAFCE with hText, and I'm just going to cut everything out over here and paste it within here. And again, like before, we're going to have a children inside, and we're going to be passing in children like so. And in here, we're going to do children. It's going to be react.react node, like so. Now we have a reusable hText component. So if I go back over here, I'm going to do hText, and it's going to be able to use IntelliSense, and we automatically imported it. I can do that, and we can pass in more than just a gym. More actually needs to be capitalized, so gym. And it doesn't seem like we're getting anything. Actually, let's refresh it. Yeah, for some reason, sometimes, not exactly sure why, but Vite doesn't seem to auto refresh at times. So just refreshing the server will work. All right, so back to where we were at. We have more than just a gym right here. So the text is of good size. Then we're going to give it the paragraph tag. And I'm not going to write this out, but I copied and pasted this text. You can just pause the screen and take a look right here. So just copy this text if you want to, but you can write whatever you want. Like that. Okay, and then here, I'm going to give it some class with a margin Y of 5. So top and bottom, we have a margin with text of SM. I'm going to save it, and we should be able to see what we need to. And then also, if you take a look, this should, on the full screen, this should only take 3/5 of the space, whereas this one's taking the entire width. And also, when you look at this on smaller screens, we're having, it's a little too close to it. So I'm going to add some margin on big screens. So I'm going to do margin when we do on medium screens, we're going to do a margin Y of 5 with a margin, or on medium screens, we're going to also have a width of 3/5. Actually, this should be like that. So now if I go, that's a width of 3/5. We have a little more space at the top on smaller screens. Okay, and then after this, okay, so right here, I'm going to add header comment. So this is the header section. And the next section, I'm going to call the benefits section. And the next thing we're creating is going to be this section where it's aligned vertically on small screens. But when you go to bigger screens, this should be left to right. And we're going to have an icon with the circle around it, a header text, some description, and learn more that actually just takes us to the contact us. Now in the real application, you're going to take them to a different page, but I want to keep this website scope a little smaller. So this is just going to take us to the contact us. All right, so I'm going to go back. I'm going to look at this, and we're going to be filling each part out. So I'm going to have a div. And what I want to do is on bigger screens, I want to give it a flex. So if you take a look at the final build, on bigger screens, we are going to have this flexed next to each other versus smaller screens. This should be vertically aligned. So I'm going to do MD flex, do items, center. So we're centering it vertically, and we're going to do justify between, so they position each other with space and gaps. So we're going to do gap of 8 and a margin top of 5. So that will be our parent component of the benefits. And below this, we're going to have reusable components. So typically, if there's 3 elements, you may or may not need to separate this out into a component. But I want to show you guys something about TypeScript. So I'm going to actually make this reusable. So I'm going to create something called a benefit. Actually, I'm going to map out something called benefits.map. And inside here, actually this should be lowercase. We're going to set this as benefit, like so. and we're going to have a component called benefit. Now I'm going to fill this out and I'm going to show you everything that's happening here. So we want to use some kind of array that has all the information. For example, in the array, we're going to have the icon. We're also going to have the text for the title, and then the text for the description, and we're going to do that for each one of them. So we're going to create an array of objects that will contain all this information. So I'm going to go up, I'm going to write const benefits, and I'm going to set an array with an object, and it's going to have an icon, and that's going to represent home modern icon with a class name of h6, width of 6, and then I'm going to make sure I do a closing tag like so, and then put a comma. I'm going to do title. I'm going to use state of the art facilities, and description. The description is just going to be random text. You can put whatever you want. This is the text that I'm putting, so I'm going to save it like that. So now I'm going to repeat this 2 more times. I'm going to change this to user group, actually no space, and I'm going to say hundreds of diverse classes. I'm going to paste this over here. And then over here, I'm going to do academic cap. And I'm going to write expert and pro trainers. I'm going to paste this over here into the description. So now we have our information as well. So for TypeScript, we can make this more explicit and have a specific type. So we can set this, and the way we set this particular type and tell TypeScript that this is an array of objects, we can do something like array of object, like so. And that will tell TypeScript that this is benefits is this particular type with an array. However, when you have an object, majority of the time, you should not just specify an object that is not defined. You can actually set an object type, and you can set icon should be React node, blah, blah, blah. So you want to make sure you have icon, title, description, things like that specified. But actually, we're going to create something called benefit type. And the reason why I do benefit type as a name is because benefit's already taken by this component. This is, or it's going to be taken by another component. So this is the name. And we're going to create the shared types in this file over here. So we're going to be creating the benefits structure in this shared file. So I'm going to do export interface benefit type. I'm going to do icon is going to be jsx.element. That's the type of the icon. I'm going to do title of string and description of string. So this is going to represent the object that's going to be in the array. And we're going to be doing the same thing over here. I'm going to say benefit type, and we can, we can use that IntelliSense to import it. I'm going to erase this. So now we are telling TypeScript that this is an array with a benefit type of object. It's almost always preferred to make sure all your objects are typed. And in very tricky situations, it can help you use IntelliSense, and it can also help you debug a lot of scenarios where you're not sure what the object type is, but the TypeScript will tell you what's happening. You can always use command click to go and see what's happening with that. You can go to the page, or you can just hover over it, and you should be able to see it. Okay, and then if you go down over here, now this part's optional because now Now TypeScript knows what benefit represents, but you can also type this over here. We can say benefit type like that. So now anytime we use benefit over here, TypeScript's going to know that it's going to have this particular object. And sometimes you want to be explicit, and there might be tricky scenarios where it does benefit. So we're going to write, and then here I'm going to give it a key of benefit title, because anytime you're looping through an array, you always want React to know that has a unique key. And benefit title, we're not going to be using that key anywhere else. So we're going to set the icon to be benefit icon. And again, this is a component we haven't created yet, so we're going to be creating that shortly. So I'm going to do benefit.title, description, and I'm going to be setting that to be benefit dot. And as you can see, we have IntelliSense now knows that we know whichever property exists. So you can make sure you don't have any bugs using that. If I, for example, do descript and I accidentally spell this incorrectly like this, it's going to tell you that doesn't exist. Did you mean description? So this is why TypeScript can be very helpful. We're going to do set selected page as well, and we're going to pass this in because we are going to have a button that goes to the bottom. So that's what learn more is going to be using. So with this, I'm going to create a new file in the benefits folder, call it benefit.tsx. And here I'm going to do tsrfce, and we're going to have the benefit component. So inside this benefit component, we're going to have a number of items. So we're going to start with a div, and we're going to have some styling over here. And we're going to be styling this entire box out. So I'm going to start with the class name, and it's going to be margin top of 5 with a rounded border radius with rounded MD, border 2-2. We're going to do border gray 100 with the pixel, or not a pixel, padding in the X direction of 5, padding Y direction of 16. And then I'm going to center the text as well. I'm going to save that. And on the next line, I'm going to write a div. And we're going to be aligning a few things. So we're going to say class name, margin bottom of 4 with flex, and justify center. And inside this, what I'm creating right now is going to be this circle. I'm going to have a div like so with class name, and it's going to be rounded full. So that means it makes a circle. We're going to give it a border of 2, a border of gray 100, background primary 100, like so, and a padding of 4. And I'm going to pass in icon. And I know I haven't passed the props in yet, so let's actually do that. So I'm going to do icon, which is one of those, title, description, set selected page. And we're going to fill this out in the type props like we normally do. So I'm going to set this icon to be jsx.element. I'm going to set the title to be string, description should be string as well. Set selected page should be a value. Set to selected page. And we're going to be importing that. And this should be a void as well. I'm going to remove this React anchor link. And actually, I'm going to import anchor link as well, like so, because we're going to be using that. Okay, and then below this particular div on line 18, I'm going to do h4 with the class name of font bold, and this should be a title. So that's just going to represent the title over here. Below this, I'm going to have a paragraph tag with the description. And we just want a small margin of y of 3. And I'm going to do anchor link, like so. And we're going to have the same learn more text that you would see on the landing page. So we're just going to go to our home page, and we're just going to go over, and we're going to see the learn more, and we can just copy this essentially. And we're just going to replace the anchor link. And that should, I believe, should be pretty good. And right now, if we go to our build, we're going to see an empty screen. And that's because if you go back to the index page, benefit has not been imported yet. So I'm just going to erase the T, add the T, and then you can see that we have our thing. So now we come back and we can see the benefits. So if I go grease here, we have it all flexed out properly and everything looks pretty good to me. So now if you refresh it, you can see there's no animation. But if I go to the final build, we're going to see an animation of here. But we're also going to see the benefits come in staggered one at a time. So there's a way to do this without adding motion div to every single one. We want to be able to stagger sequentially. And so there's a way to do that using child variants. And so the way we're going to start with is going up on here. I'm going to write const container because this represents the parent. I'm going to set this as hidden, and I'm going to pass this as visible. Should be transition. And we're going to use a property called stagger children. So this will stagger all the children below this container. So all the immediate divs, like the child descendants, we're going to be staggering them with a 0.2 second delay. So the way we do that is we go to the benefits, and we're going to convert this to a motion.div, and we're going to add the other properties that we normally do. So we're going to do initial, and we're going to set hidden as the initial while in view, and we're going to set this as visible. Viewport is equal to once, true, amount should be 0.5 like we normally do. And then here we're going to do variants instead, and we're going to pass the container in here. But we're still not done yet. We need to go to the benefit component. And here we're going to import motion as well. So I'm going to do motion, import that. And let me put some space. So right here, I'm going to add motion.div. And I'm going to do variants. I'm going to pass in something called child variant, which we have not created. And we will do this right above. So I'm going to do const child variant is equal to hidden with an opacity of 0. We're going to have a small scale change. So it's going to be 0.9 at the beginning. And below it, I'm going to do visible. And we're going to do opacity of 1. And we're going to set that scale to be 1, like so. So with that, let me just see, refresh it. And as you can see, we have a staggered animation. Pretty neat. We have a motion.div with parent variant that sets the container. And then you have the child variants that sets the motion animations for the immediate child. So let me close everything. So I don't have this header text animation, so let's do that. So to do that, it's pretty simple. So I'm going to just change in the header of our benefits component. I'm going to change this to motion.div, and I'm just going to go to our original home, and we're going to just copy something like this over to our benefits page. So this is essentially the same properties. We don't need to make it super fancy. It's up to you if you want to do like more fancy animations. You can look up the documentation if you want to do those, but a lot of it's just experimentation. But here I'm just going to get rid of the delay. So now we can see we have this animation popping up, and then animation comes in below this for the benefits. Cool. Now we're still not done with the benefits page. We still have this graphic. We have this text. We also have these little decorations as well behind this. So now this is what I mean by relative. This is why having this as relative is much better than absolute positioning. So this image right here, for example, this is positioned relative to this title text. So it's top and then left. Now, if you go to mobile screens, it's going to move over here because it's relative to this. However, if you were to use absolute position, let's say you were putting this maybe 50 or 60% from the left side or 30 or 40% from the right side, if you're positioning it through that direction, what's going to happen is if you go to smaller screen, it's going to be positioned on top of this image, or it's just going to be above or below, and it's going to be kind of weird. So having a relative position is very important sometimes, so you don't have nightmares with responsive. Otherwise, you're going to have to manually say, oh, at this type of screen, we're going to position this in a certain position for absolute. So I can tell you it gets to be a huge headache when you have a lot of those elements. So it's best to see if you can do relative or flex if you possibly can. Sometimes you cannot get away with it, but a lot of times you can find ways. So it'll save you a lot of headache from doing so. So here, I'm just going to close this a little bit so we can actually implement it. So below our benefits section, I believe we have a closing tag right here. So below the first one, we're going to have a section called graphics and description. And I call this closing div. I'm going to have a section called graphic, and this is where our image will be located. And then we're going to have a description. And we're going to have a div for this one. And inside this, we're going to have a section where we have the button as well. Some button. And then we're going to have a title. We're going to have the title like this. And then we're also going to have a description. Like this. So to start off, I'm going to have a div over here. I'm going to have a div over here. I'm going to say class name relative. So this description, we're going to start by putting this. We're going to start with that. So inside here, if you remember like last time, we're going to do a before tag over here. So I'm going to do class name before. I'm going to set this to be absolute and position it negative top, negative 20, and before where you're going to do left, negative 20. We're going to do before of z of -1, then before with content abstract waves. So that's the Tailwind content that we set up before. So now this is going to give us that image behind relative to the text we will create right here. And then inside of here, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to write h text that we created earlier. And I'm going to do millions of happy members getting I'm going to put a little bit of a space like this. That's how you force a space. And we're going to do span class name of text of primary 500. And we're going to do fit. So that's how you can pass in a span inside our H text that we created. We'll have millions of happy members getting fit text inside here. So let's take a look. There we have it. It's a little position off, but we'll be fixing that shortly because we're going to have an image above this. All right, and then next thing is going to be the description over here. So I'm going to just take the div like this. And we're actually going to have two p tags, one that represents here and then another one that represents here. The reason why I split it is just so we have more control and ability to add more margins. So I'm going to have two p tags. And inside here, I'm just going to copy and paste it. Again, it's up to you. You can pause it and just like write that in. Same with over here. Or you can just go to like my repo and just copy and paste it if you like. So going to this, I'm going to have a class name of margin y of 5 or my of 5. I'm going to do the same thing for the second one, except this one's just going to be margin bottom of 5. And so we'll have proper space. So the space between this text is as expected. And then we're also going to do the button below. So we're going to do div. And by the way, this button also has this image associated relative to it. So the image is relative to the join now. Now I know you guys might be getting sick of all the before tags, but it's pretty nice once you get the hang of it. So we're going to do class name. I'm going to set this to relative margin top of 16. Inside here, this is where we're going to have our before tags. I'm going to set this as class name before absolute. I'm going to set this to be from the bottom instead of -20. And before, we're going to set a right of 40. And with the before of z, -1. So we have it positioned behind everything. And we're going to do a content of sparkles. And inside here, the button is going to be using action button because we can reuse that once again. And passing in set selected page, set selected page as well. And inside here, I'm going to say join now. So I'm going to save it, see our current build, and we have our image. Cool. So now we want to deal with the image. So if we go back up, we can go to the graphics section. In the graphics section, I'm going to have a class name of MX Auto with an alt of benefits page graphic. And we do MX Auto, by the way, because we just want to center the image in its section. And we're going to do benefits page graphic, like so. And it seems like I did not import that. Benefits page. Yeah, I definitely did not import it. So I'm going to do import benefits page graphic from @/assets/benefits page graphic.png. And save that. So if I go down to the image, we have our image already. And then right here with the graphic and description, we're going to have to do flex box for this. So I'm going to do class name. I'm going to set margin top of 16. So I have some space on the top. Oh, by the way, you can already see the image over here. The problem is we don't have flex on bigger screens. So that's what I'm going to fix. I'm going to vertically align it, do a justify between. When we are flexing, we're going to do a gap of 20. And above medium screens, I'm going to set margin top of 28 and flex on larger screens. So if I open this up, we are going to see we have a margin over here, or not margin, we have a flex with them aligned left and right. And this has some margin as well, and this is centered in the left side. Perfect. And with that, we're pretty close to finishing our description section, but we want to just add animation. So to do that, I'm going to go over here. This actual class name, I don't think you really need relative. I don't know if I showed you on screen. I might have cut that off for some reason. We can add a motion.div over here. So motion.div, and we can use what we had before with other properties like this. Not the benefit section, but in the header section, we can copy all the properties over here. And we're going to be reusing that. And again, feel free to change this as to whatever you guys want. So in this case, all I want is I want this to start from the right side this time. I'm going to pass that in. And we're also going to do the same thing over here with the description section. So right here surrounding the description, I'm going to change this to motion div. I'm going to pass all the properties we have and give this a delay of 0.2. So it kind of staggers a little bit. So if I refresh, we have that. And this actually should be coming from the right. And there you go. We have our benefits page all set up. Nice little animations going. So the next page we're going to be building is going to be our classes page. So to do that, I'm going to close this. I'm going to go to the app page, and I'm going to create our classes component with set selected page. I'm going to close this. I'm going to create an import as well. Import our classes from @/scenes/our classes. And this should actually be capitalized. We're going to save it. Then we're going to create a new folder. And we're going to call it our classes. Inside here, I'm going to create a file called index.tsx. I'm going to do tsrace, and we're going to call this our classes like this. From here, I'm going to pass in set selected page. We're going to pass it over here as well, set selected page. You're going to pass in value with selected page like this, and make sure you import it. And we're going to do void like this. I'm going to get rid of React, and here I'm going to import a number of images. So I'm going to import image1 from @/assets/image1.png like so. I'm going to copy this, paste it 6 times. Grab that as 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, and then from here, I'm going to go down, change this to section. And in here with the class name, I'm going to pass in a width of full with a background primary of 100 and padding in the Y direction of 40. And I'm going to give this an ID of our classes, both lowercase and no space. And inside here, like before, I'm going to do motion.div. Actually, we need to, I don't know why the IntelliSense doesn't grab the motion from Framer motion, but we're going to have motion over here. We're going to have a div, close it, and we're going to do on viewport enter, and we're going to pass in set selected page with selected page.r classes, and this needs to be lowercase a, like so. And from here, I'm going to get this out of the way to get the animation coming in. So I'm going to go down over here. I'm going to do motion.div. I'm going to close it. I'm going to pass in some classes like mx auto with a width of 5, 6. And I'm going to go back to app, go to home. I'm going to grab all these properties, and this should be pretty much identical. So we can just save it, and we'll have our own animations. I'm going to create a div over here. I'm going to pass in h text like so. I'm going to pass in our classes. I'm going to pass in a paragraph tag after that. Copy this over here. Go to our paragraph tag. I'm going to say class name with py of 5. And I'm going to say class name with md width of 3/5, like so. And I'm going to save it. And now let's double check everything's working. If we go down and see our benefits, and we see our classes. So we're still missing some margins, but we'll be taking care of that. So below this motion div, this is where we're going to add a side scroller. So if you take a look at this, there's a way to do side scrolling. I'm going to leave a link in the description on different ways to do side scrolling, but the main idea is that you want to do overflow of Y hidden and then overflow X auto. So left and right has basically a certain width, and you can make it that the smaller lower container has a smaller width than the outer container, so that we have something that overflows. And I'll show you what that means. It's a little weird to look at or think about, but it's pretty simple in practice. So we're going to give it a margin of 10 on the top, and we're going to give it a height of 353 pixel. Now this is a height that I decided looked good, so it's not some kind of specific number. It's just something I experimented with. And here I'm going to do overflow of X. I'm going to set this as auto, and I'm going to do overflow of Y. I'm going to set this as hidden as well. Inside here, I'm going to give it a UL tag. So we're giving a list of items, and I'm going to say class name, give it a width of 28,000 pixels. So this is the longer width. This is how we get overflow happening. The child container has a bigger width than the so we have a child container that has a very large width, while the parent container is just entirely full. And here we're going to say white space, no wrap. So we don't have any white space left over. So we're just going to have a bunch of images aligned next to each other. But if you take a look, we have something that comes over the text or the image when you hover over it. So we're not just going to have an image, we're also going to have different text, and we're going to use before tags to implement this. So like before, I'm going to create an array of objects. And I want to show you one last thing about TypeScript that we can show you. It's a pretty small thing, but it's very convenient. So I'm going to create a class like this. And now, actually, this should be lowercase classes like that. We're going to have an item, and we're going to be using the index. So we're going to go up to the top. I'm going to grab and create a variable called classes, and then create an array of objects. So the objects is going to consist of name. We're going to say weight, training, classes with a description. And this is just going to be random. Oh, didn't mean to click that. This is going to be random text. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it over here. So now for every single one of these, I'm going to have the same description. So I'm just going to copy. I just copied this because it doesn't really matter. So we're going to do image, and I'm going to set this to image of 1. Actually, I'm going to copy this entire object. I'm going to paste it multiple times, like so. And it seems like I don't have a comma at the end. So make sure you add these commas. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So perfect. So I'm going to change this to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to change this one to training classes. This one's going to be fitness classes. This one's going to be adventure classes. This one's going to be ab core classes. And we're going to have yoga classes like that. I'm going to save it. So what I want to demonstrate is here we can just do an array, and we're going to create a type called class type that we have not created. But instead, I'm going to just grab this line. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to go and maybe just delete this one as well. So what happens in this scenario? Maybe sometimes you don't want a description for some cases and you want to make it optional. So fortunately, there is a way to do that. That's pretty simple. And we can go into our types, and we're going to be creating another interface. We're going to call this class type. And I'm going to do name with the string, description, there's a string, and then image is also going to be a string. So with that, we have our class type. But how do you deal with the scenario? Let me actually import that first. How do you deal with the scenario where you don't have a description for some of this data? That's pretty simple. You can just add a question mark over here. So when you add a question mark, it means this is optional. So it means it could just be null. It just might not exist, but we can add it if we would like to. So it's pretty important to have something like this, because sometimes you have a React component, but you don't want to always pass in things. And this is one of those scenarios where this kind of helps. So you want to make sure that you set the proper optional params as needed, and TypeScript allows you to add that. And over here, I'm going to add class type as well. And over here, I'm going to have a key. And the key needs to be a unique value. So if I do item.name, it's possible that it gets overlapped with something. So we want to just, this is a neat way to make it truly unique. So you're going to suffix the item name with an index. So that will almost always never overlap with anything else. And over here, I'm going to set the item.name, the description, and we're going to set item.description. And as you can see, this description is going to need to be optional because some items do not have a description. Over here, I'm going to set the image, and this is going to be item.image as well. And we are going to create this class component. So I'm going to import class from /class like this. And we are going to create the class component over here. I'm going to do TS RAFCE. And we have our class component. And in this one, I can remove the React. I'm going to pass in name, string, description. It's going to be optional. We're going to have a string. Image is also going to be a string. And over here, I can do name, description, and image. And occasionally, if you want, you can even have default properties. You can say some description. So if there's nothing else, we can even set an optional parameter like that. Makes it for very convenient. So I'm just actually going to get rid of it. We don't need a description if we don't need to. And over here, since we are in a list element, I'm going to do li for semantics. And I'm going to set this as class name. This is going to be a relative positioned mx of 5 inline of block. Let's actually get rid of this. I'm going to set a height of 380 pixel with a width of 450 pixel. So again, I'm setting the position as relative. So this is the parent component. And you can kind of guess what I'll do with the inner components, where I'll set overlay. I'll set an overlay. I'll create an overlay with an absolute position. Inside here, I'm going to give it a parent or a paragraph tag. And I'm going to give it a name. And then the description will be right beneath it. And I'm going to set an image of alt image 1 source of image. Actually, this should instead, we can set this as image as a template string. I think that would make it work. So I'm going to save that. So right now, this is relative, but we want this to be overlaid on top of the image. So the way to do that, we're going to create classes for this guy. And I'm actually going to create a variable called overlay styles, because there's going to be a lot of styles we need to add. So I'm going to do overlay styles. I'm going to give it a template string. The reason why I'm doing a template string, not a regular string, is because this is going to take up multiple lines. First thing I want to do is giving it a padding of 5. I'm going to give it a position of absolute. This needs to be Z30, so it's on top of it. Then we're going to do flex to make sure that we are flexed in the right position, and we're going to position the name and the description properly. And then from here, I'm going to set the height. Let's make this on a new line. A height of 380 pixel, width of 450 pixel. And I'm going to do this flex of column. So we're going in the vertical direction. We're going to align this top and bottom. To make it easier, I'm going to make sure everything's centered both vertically and horizontally using justify center. Go on the next line. And in here, I'm going to do white space normal, because white space normal no wrap that was on the parent class, if I look over here, this causes issues with text, and text wouldn't wrap onto the next line if you don't have this. Then we're going to do background primary of 500. Then we're going to center the text. And then I'm going to give it a white text with an opacity of 0 when we are not hovered over. Then I'm going to use animation of transition with a duration of 500. And we're going to give it an opacity of 90 when you hover. All right, and that's pretty much it. So I know this was quite a lot of styles. It's just something, you just look at this and you realize one thing at a time. Basically, we have the padding, we have flex, making sure everything's aligned vertically. Then we have white space, making sure it doesn't, and make sure that it wraps properly. Then we have a lot of things that center it with the height of the identical size of the image. then we have the colors, then we need to color the text, and then we have animations for when we hover versus when it's not. So opacity 0 when we not hover, opacity of 90 when we do hover. So it's a lot of things, but a lot of it just makes sense when you do it yourself. It'll make a lot more sense. And in here, let's save it. Let's refresh it. And our error goes away. If you go up, it seems like we do have some issues with the height, though. Yeah, we do seem to have some issues. So let's actually address that. And it seemed like it didn't refresh. So if I just refreshed it, everything seems to be working now. So now we have a horizontal scroll. Some of them do not have any descriptions. And we have what we expect. The only thing we're missing is actually some of the styling for our name. So I'm going to add class name. I'm going to call this text 2XL. I'm going to give this one a class name of margin top 5. So now this text is bigger, this is smaller, and we have a margin in between. So there you go. That's our classes page. So make sure if you're curious about the horizontal scroll, check out the link in the description. All right, and so the last page is going to be this contact us page. And this contact us page is going to have name, it's going to be an email with a message, and we should be able to submit. Now the submit will be able to be sent to your email. So if you see my portfolio app, this will be very, very similar. So, but if you haven't done it, we're going to be using React Hook Form for a form library and form submit so that we can send the form message to your email all for free. So let's get to it. So I'm going to close out of these tabs and I'm going to create another component. I'm going to call this contact us. And I'm going to do set selected page, set selected page like so. I'm going to close that. I'm going to import contact us from @/scenes, and contact us will be the folder. I'm going to save that. And I'm going to go to scenes, create a new folder, call this contact us. And inside this folder, I'm going to call this index.tsx. And I will do tsrfce. Call this contact us like so. And I'm going to save it, remove import React from React. So one thing I'm going to do is we didn't install React Hook Form. So I'm going to close out of this and I'm going to paste in, actually not paste in, do npm I react hook -form. So while I install it, I'm going to open up React Hook Form docs. And before, like I mentioned, React Hook Form is a very nice form when you deal with things like Tailwind, because Tailwind, you use basic HTML, CSS tags and HTML, and React Hook Form is very good with using basic input. For example, if you use inputs like this, React Hook Form is very ideal for situations like this. Whereas if you're using something like Material UI, you have to use some controller, and that makes it a lot more complicated. There's more abstraction. I really don't like it when you use Material UI with React Hook Form. It's better you use Formic with Material UI, and React Hook Form is very nice for basic HTML semantics. So anyways, with that being said, let's get to our form. So I'm going to close this out. I'm going to actually run our environment. And we have our page, and we just need to create our contact us. So I'm going to close this. And actually, let's look at the final build just so we can see what we need to build. So over here, I'm going to change this to set selected page like so. And I'm going to pass that in over here with a value of selected page imported from shared types. I'm going to give it a return of void as well. I'm also going to import motion. Just get that out of the way. And we're also going to import use form. And it seems like it didn't. Grab it from React hook form like that for the IntelliSense. So get rid of that. I'm going to add one graphic. So contact us page graphic from @assets/contact us page graphic.png. And with that, I'm going to save it over here. And I'm going to replace this with a section just like usual. And I'm going to give this an ID of contact us. With this, I'm going to take care of the low-hanging fruit first. Basically, I'm going to do all the layout stuff and the things that are easy. So I'm going to do mx of auto with a width of 5.6. So there's basically gutters on the page. We're going to give it a padding top of 24 and a padding bottom of 32. And here I'm going to give it a motion.div. And we are going to set on viewport enter. I'm going to pass in set selected page dot contact us. So again, this is for the nav bar highlighting the correct nav item when we're on the correct page. So if you remember, it'll take us and highlight it on the correct page. So here, contact us, this is what that's doing, just as a reminder. And the first thing we're going to take care of is going to be the header. And I'm going to just, for this one, I'm just going to go straight and write motion.div because it's going to be very similar to what we have done before. So I'm just going to do, I'm going to pass in the class name, do MD width of 3/5 like that. And I'm going to go back to home once again to copy this because we're going to use the same animation like so. So we can save it. And inside this header, I'm going to do h text. Make sure you use IntelliSense to import it. And I'm going to give it a span of join now. And I'm going to do class name of text primary 500. So that will deal with the red color over here. And we're going to do to get in shape. And I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to do the paragraph tag, give it a class name of margin y of 5, and just copy this over here. Save it so you guys can see what this is about. So now if I take a look at my build, you can see we have everything all set for our header. So now here is where we're going to handle our forms. So I'm going to do form and image over here. So inside this, I'm going to do a div. I'm going to pass in class name, give it some margin of top, justify between gap of 8. And when it's big, we're going to do flex. So on smaller screens, we're not doing flex, but on bigger screens, we're going to have this flexed out and spread between. So I know I'm going through a lot of these classes fine, but once you get the hang of it, this is pretty much the same process that you normally do. So it's not any different than anything we have done before. So here I'm going to do motion.div because we're going to add more animation. And give it a class name of margin top of 10 basis of 3/5. Give it a margin top on bigger screens. I'm going to go up, copy these values, paste it over here, but I'm going to change a few things. Instead of the X direction, I'm going to do the Y direction and get rid of the negative. So we start from the top and it's going to go downwards. So aside from that, everything else is essentially the same. So our form, so if you take the final build, that's the transition we are looking for. So we haven't created out any inputs in this, so we're not going to see the animation yet. So let's get working on that. So we're going to have a form inside here. So to use React Hook Form, it's quite simple. So we're just going to use a form HTML element. We're going to set this as target of blank so that when someone clicks submit, we go to a new page. And here we're going to set on submit, and we're going to pass it a function of on submit. And we'll be creating this on submit function right now. So if I go up, I will need to create this function, and this is going to need to be async. And I'll show you why. And this e value, this is one of those rare cases we're going to use the any keyword for TypeScript. And the reason why we use the any is because we're not exactly sure. Sometimes the e can be different things over here. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but in some cases, the any keyword is used for situations where it's ambiguous. You're not exactly sure what's going to happen. Maybe you have something that has multiple types. It's best not to waste too much time trying to get extremely strict typing. That's my preference. I know some people will knock me out for that, but sometimes it's just not worth the time wasting several hours just to get a type correct. I don't think that's worth. If you're wasting so much time trying to figure it out, and sometimes that happens because you just don't know what's going on, it's better you just have it set to any, and then later on, if you do have time, then you can come back and you can add it. Then you might know you have a better idea. But here, when we on submit, we're just going to wait for the trigger. So the trigger will be coming from use form. So let's actually create that. So inside our use form hook that comes from React Hook Form, there are some elements or some variables that come from it that we can use. So we're going to use register, trigger, form state, and we're going to destructure out errors from form state. So trigger basically allows us to validate our form if needed. And if it is not valid, we want to make sure that we don't go to a new page, or we don't refresh it. Because a default submit form, when you hit the submit button, it'll refresh the page or it will go to a new page. But we don't want that to happen. We just want the errors to show. So that's why we're kind of doing this. And trigger is basically an asynchronous function. So these other ones we're going to be using. So if I go down back to the form, we can have a method, and we're going to call this post. There's going to be an action, and I'll show you the action that we need to send, and we're going to be using form submit. So form submit there's a link description below, but it's very simple. All you have to do, and last time I added this, I added my link, and a lot of you guys copied it, so you guys sent an email to my email. But basically, you just want to do action https / form submit.co / your email. Not my email, your email. Add your email first. And what it's going to do, I've already done it, and I'm not going to do it again. I'm just going to copy the same URL I had last time because it'll send an email to you. But you need to send it to your current email, your email that you want it to be sent to. And the first time you submit in the form, it's going to send it to that email. But the problem with that is you don't want your email to be exposed for spammers and bothers. So what you do is when you get that email from Form Submit, they will ask you if you want to have a anonymous URL email. And once they give you that, that's what you place over here in this section. I know it's a little small. That's what you need to place in this section. So this is the anonymous URL that I got from my email. So don't put this, don't copy this. Put this as your email. So by doing that, it automatically wires your email to be where the form submissions will go to. And it's very simple. This is completely free and you don't have to do anything aside from that. And make sure we're going to be setting up the inputs as well. So over here, I'm going to do input. I'm going to make sure I close it like so. And I'm going to give it some classes. Give it a width of full, rounded, so border. So we're going to have rounded borders. Give it a background of primary 300, px of 5, py of 3, placeholder of white text. Actually, placeholder should be no dash, like so. And you know what? Since all of these will have the same styling, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to cut it out. Go to the top over here. And I'm just going to write const input styles. Put it in a template string like so. Make sure I get rid of the double quotations. And we can just use input styles for our class names. So I'm going to do input styles like that. I'm going to do type of text, a placeholder of capital name, and this is where React Hook Form does its work. So you're going to use a register function. So basically, React Hook Form is registering your input by passing in the name. So this basic input is going to be saved into the name property inside React Hook Form. Then from here, you can pass in other parameters and you can check the documentation for all the possibilities. And we can say this is required true. So if you don't have required true, people can leave it empty and it'll still go through. Otherwise, if you have this as true, it's going to not pass when they validate. And we're going to give it a max length of 100. Make sure they don't give you an extremely long input. And then from here, we're going to add error conditional. So the one thing very nice about React Hook Form is you can set all of this up and it's very easy to understand and easy to write. So we're going to have an error condition. So the way you handle errors is that you grab the errors value that we destructured from React Hook Form, and we grab the name since we registered as a name. So it's going to check if there is an error, then we can show this error validation or error text. So the way that we do that, we're going to set this as margin top of 1, text of primary 500. And I'm going to say errors.name.type is going to be required. And we're going to say this field is required like so. But we also need to have an error check for max length. So by doing that, we can just say type if it is equal to max length. So this type corresponds to whatever you pass in here. We can check if that type of error occurs. So we can say max length is 100 character. So by doing that, we now have both error validations for both of these. And it's all quite simple And it's all nicely put in one section. You can see everything that's happening with the input. So if you ever need to change it, it's all displayed over here, and it's pretty simple to handle. So I'm going to copy everything that I had and paste it. So I'm going to copy this over one more time and paste it down over here. And we're just going to change it as needed. So the placeholder should be email. The register should be change these two as email. Same with this. And for email, we can do required true. And right here, you can write this long pattern. I'm just going to write it for you. It's quite long. This is going to check if it's an email. But if you don't fully understand, you can just copy it from Stack Overflow. It doesn't really, it just depends on what you're, like if you're building this for a real application, you're just going to, it's just going to depend on the requirements. So plus minus plus at A through Z 0 through 9 dot dash. We're going to do plus slash dot A through Z closing 2 comma closing brackets slash $sign question mark I. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. Like that. Let me just, I have it written down over here. I just want to make sure I've written it down correctly. Yep, that is correct. So that should register our email. And right here, we're just going to change this to be pattern. And we're going to say invalid email address. And then finally, I'm going to copy the first one more time because this is more similar to the first one. Move this over here. This should be message. This one should be message as well. And highlight the dot name. That should change to be message like that. And the max length for this one should be 2000 instead. So the only thing I want to change over here, this is going to be 2000 characters. Like so. All right, so now let's take a break and actually see. We have everything like that. We don't have our submit, so we can't check our validation. So what we need to do is we're going to add the button. So below this message, I'm going to add a button. And this should be a type of submit. And we are going to give this a lot of classes. So I'm going to give it margin top of 5, rounded LG, background of secondary 500, PX 20, PY of 3. Let me check. Then we want a transition with a duration of 500, a hover of text and white. And we need to add the text of submit. As you can see, we have our submit, name, email, message. The only thing we're kind of missing, for some reason, our margins is not working. So if I go back up, let's look at our overlay styles. It seems like I didn't add margin top of 5. And that looks pretty good now. Now, also the message should be taller. So if I go down, the message input actually should be a text area. And text area can include rows of for columns of 50. I'm going to get rid of type of text and give it a placeholder of message. Actually, we already have the placeholder, so I'm going to get rid of that. So now it's looking pretty good. So if I hit submit, it's going to give us validation checks. So now if I hit submit when this is good, no invalid. If I try this where this is not an email, it's going to say invalid email address. I'm going to have that. Otherwise, if I do give it a proper email, it's going to submit. It's going to take you to this page. This form needs activation. So we've sent you an email containing an activate form link. So basically it's sending a form to your email where you need to activate it. And that's where you can add your anonymous email. So if you want more details, it's pretty self-explanatory. I would just say follow the instructions. So we're going to keep going because I don't want to focus on that. That is not the primary part of this. The last thing I want is going to be this graphic over here. If I go on this, we can see that the evolved text only happens on bigger screens. Whereas if you go on smaller screens, the evolved text disappears and we just have an image under this. So another responsive layout, nothing too fancy. So below the form and below the motion div, right below the closing form, I'm going to have a motion.div, and this will be for our image as well. So I'm going to hit class name, and I'm going to set this as relative. Again, we're going to be doing the before tag with the evolved text in the back. And if you want a challenge, you can try this yourself. But we're going to do basis of 2/5. So that is, what was it, 40%? How? Yeah, 40%. And on bigger screens, we're going to do margin top of 0. And in this motion div, I'm going to go up. I'm going to just copy everything we have over here. So we don't need anything quite different, but we're going to add a delay for this one. So we have a nice staggered animation, which always makes it look nice. And we're going to have a div inside here, and we're going to have an image. This particular div is where we're going to have the content graphic before. So class name, and we are going to do what we kind of did before with MD before content evolve text, like so. So only when it's on bigger screens, we are going to use the before selector. We're going to give it a width of full. We're going to make it absolute, positioned, and we're going to position it from the bottom of -20. And over here, I'm going to do right of -10. I'm going to do Z of -1. So again, a lot of class names, but one of those things where we place it behind something, it is not too bad. And here I'm going to give this image a class name of width of full. And that's all we're going to add for this one. We're going to give it an alt of contact us page graphic and a source of contact us page graphic. So I'm going to save it like so. So now let's check our build. Refresh it. We can see our image coming in. And then on bigger screens, let's refresh it. We have it all coming in. Perfect. The only thing I don't like, it doesn't seem to be aligned correctly. They should be on the same height. So if I look at this, this should be on the same height. So let's fix that. So to fix that issue, we're just going to change this to margin bottom instead of margin top. So if that happens, we can now refresh it. We can go over here. Everything is aligned. We just have a margin bot of 5 in between them. And by the way, if you're curious about form submit, you can go to your email. Right here, I might as well show you guys. We have action required, activate, form submit on this page. So when you do that, you have form submit over here. They're going to give you a random like string. So make sure you replace that and you can hit activate form. So where I had the action, you can just replace that and your form submit should be good to go. And finally, the last thing I want to cover is going to be this footer, which is pretty simple. So if I open this up, you're just going to have 3 items aligned with each other with flex. So if I go here and then we're just going to align it vertically when it's small enough. So I'm going to close this index out. I'm going to go to our app, create a footer like so, go up here, I'm going to import footer from @/scenes/footer like so. So this is a typical, layout situation, and you should always strive to do it with Flexbox. Once you get good with it, chances are you're not going to have too many problems. So here I'm going to have a footer folder. I'm going to create this to be index.tsx, and I'm going to call this tsrafce. I'm going to create a footer, and I'll go with this pretty quickly. If you need layout practice, I challenge you to try and do this on your own. It's not too bad, but it's a basic concept. So here I'm going to import logo from @/assets logo.png. I'm going to erase that. And in here, I'm going to change this to footer and close it like that. Give it the class name, bg primary of 100, py of 16. Inside this, I'm going to give it a div, give it a class name, and actually I will have our page open while we do this. I'm going to do justify content with mx of auto with a width of 5.6, gap of 16, and flex when we're on bigger screens. Inside here, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to create 3 divs actually. So this represents each of the 3 sections. And this class name is going to be margin top of 16 basis of 1/2 for that section, and margin top of 0. Inside here, I'm going to give it an image with alt of logo, source of logo like so. Give it a p tag, and I'm going to just copy and paste the text that I have. So you can see right here, doesn't really matter. Basically 3 lines of text makes it look nice. And then in here, you're going to have a class name of my of 5, like so. And below this, I'm going to have a p with a copyright tag like this. And we're going to have the first section. I'm going to refresh it. We can see we have the first layout already. So again, this is flex. So this is going to take 1/2 when it's, on this. But right now there's nothing. And this is why flex basis is nice, just FYI. Basis allows us to take the entire width if there's nothing else to compete with it. So if there's nothing else, it's just going to take the entire width. That's why basis is very nice to use. It automatically knows how to do it. And then from here, inside this div, we're going to do class name. I'm going to set this margin top of 16, basis of 1.4, MD, MT 0. I'm going to do H4 like this, pass in links, give it a class name of font bold. In here, I'm going to do P with the class name with margin top of 5. And I'm just going to write some random text that I already had. And I'm going to paste it over here because this is going to be the same. Et gravida id et etiam. And finally, I'm going to have the final text or final paragraph tag, the bottom, ulam corper vivamus. And this last one is quite identical, so I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. We're just not going to have the same thing. This is H4. We're going to say, actually, I just want to get rid of one. Let's do contact us like that. Just going to write random text. So temp is, that is Mattis Risus. Falut pet. You guess. Like that. And this one doesn't require any class. And we're just going to say 333 425 6825. If you want to reach a random person's number, you can call that. I'm going to save it, refresh it, and we get everything that we need. Perfect. Everything is working as expected. Let's actually check on full screens. Yep. This is expanding as needed. Maybe the basis is a little bit incorrect, it seems. Let me double check. If I go over here, increase, this one seems to take less. So let's actually fix that. Seems like the issue was Vite. It did not restart. So this was not getting aligned properly, but this is 1/4, 1/4, this is 1/2. So now we have everything that looks pretty good. If you go smaller screens, these should be aligned on top of each other. And with that, we basically have our entire website basically set up. We have the main page, and then we also have responsive design. We have all of these. We have the form submit, all the validation. So the next thing on our agenda will be to deploy our app. So the first thing we want to do is create a new GitHub repository. So make sure you go to GitHub. If you don't have an account, sign up, and we're going to create a new repository. So I'm going to select the owner. I'm going to create a repository name. I'm going to call this Gym TypeScript. So I'll make it public. We're going to create a repository. And once we have that, we're going to be set up with this page. We're going to follow most of these instructions, but we're not going to deal with README. We're just going to init, commit, and we're going to remote add. So I'm going to copy this line right here. I'm going to go back to my code base, open up my terminal. Make sure that you have a git ignore file with node modules installed. Vite should come with it, so it shouldn't be a problem, but just in case. And here we're going to do git init and then git add dot, so it adds everything. I'm going to write git commit -m, save first, commit, and then I'm going to paste what I copied before, and then I'm going to do git push origin master. And with that, everything should be pushing up to GitHub. Once it's fully pushed, I'm going to go back to this page, I'm going to refresh it, and now we should be able to see our repo. And we're going to make sure that we do not have the node module file, so everything is pretty good. So from here, we're going to go to Cloudflare Pages. So Cloudflare Pages is similar to Vercel if you're familiar with it. Basically, it allows you to run static hosts just like Vercel, all for free, using a repo. So I'm going to hit sign up. Okay, once you've created your account, you're going to verify your email and do all of that good stuff. So from here, I'm going to hit on Pages, connect to Git. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to connect GitHub. I'm going to click on My Account. And I'm going to do only select repository. I'm going to choose my application. I'm going to do install and authorize. Should take us to the Cloudflare Pages, deploy a site from your account. And we have our account already selected and our repo. I'm just going to click on that, hit begin setup. We're going to use the master production. And here we're going to run the npm run build command. So if you take a look over here, you can go to package.json. npm run build is what we want the package to run. And we want the output directory to be, and the output directory is going to be dist. Root directory, environment variables, we don't need any environment variables, so we can just save and deploy. And let's just wait for this to finish. So in my case, I actually ran into an error because of the version I'm using. I'm getting some weird error that says experimental warning, ESM module loader is experimental. And I looked this up. This is due to having a different node version. So the node version that I'm using is version 14.18.1. So what I'm going to do is you need to configure the environment variable over here. And we need to set node version 14.18.1. So I ran into an issue. I'm trying to run the environment variable. So if you need to add the environment variable, you might get another error because you already tried deploying it. So if that happens, you can do edit version, add a node version over here. We can save it. We can go back to deployments. And right here, since it's a status of failed error, we can do retry deployment like I just did. And let's just wait for that. And after you have done that, you can now see that we have completed every little step. Everything is checked. And now I can go to our pages over here. And we can see our entire website in full. Awesome. And with that, we have our entire application fully complete, fully responsive, and working and deployed on a different website. Now we also completed the navbar with tricky layouts. We've dealt with responsive issues that may arise, and we have a configuration where we have this background that pops up above it. We've also covered this image and the home page and its tricky layouts, as well as images that are supposed to be behind other things. And then we have join now, learn more. We have the benefits page, as well as our classes with a horizontal side scroller, and then the contact us page where we use React Hook form with validation, and we have a submit that takes that information and sends it to our email, all completely free, as well as the footer where we deal with another layout concern. And then we also used TypeScript, and I introduced you basic TypeScript on how to do default TypeScript items, as well as TypeScript enums. I've taken care of arrays and objects and understanding how you can do explicit typing, as well as talking about inferred type. And here in this tutorial, I covered a lot, taught you the basics of TypeScript, as well as some more advanced topics of TypeScript. I've shown you how you can go about it. Now, I hope this gives you a good understanding of TypeScript and how to build an application with it. Please like, comment, and subscribe if you like this content, and I will see you next time.